Okay, I'm going to call to order the Albany City Council meeting for Monday, June 15th, 2020. This is a virtual meeting. Instructions are on the city's website about how to participate. You can participate by computer or simply by phone as well. I've called the meeting to order. Now I'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is roll call. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Barnes?
Here.
Councilmember Moss?
Here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Here.
And Mayor Pilch?
Here. Thank you very much. Next item is ceremonial matters. I'd just like to say a few words. I'd like to thank the public and everyone who turned out for the town hall yesterday. I think we heard some great comments, some very powerful stories, some very good suggestions, and I hope we can use that energy and momentum to move forward and make whatever meaningful changes we have to make in the future against a backdrop of continuing shootings of Black persons by the police. I also want to note that we are still under orders due to COVID-19, although this Friday there will be some relaxations of the rules. ACPHD, that's Alameda County Public Health Department, acphd.org is the place to go for more information. In particular, the outdoor dining will be allowed in Alameda County beginning this Friday, as well as other personal services will be allowed. For the full list, please see the order on the county's website. I hope we can do what we can to help the small businesses facilitate their outdoor dining and finally start to get back some of their lost revenue. Did any other council member wish to say anything at this time? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just echo your comments, thanking everyone who attended yesterday's town hall and who participated so thoughtfully in the discussion. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll move on to the next item, which is report on action taken in closed session. We had none, so I'll move on to the consent calendar. Normally, the consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion. However, if a council member or members of the public wishes to pull an item for discussion, we may do that as well. Do any of the council members wish to pull an item for discussion? Yes, the Vice Mayor.
5-4, 5-14, and 5-15.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, I have a question about 5-5.
5-5. Any other council member, Nason?
Yes, additionally, 5-9, 5-11, and 5-13.
Okay. And Councilmember Barnes, we probably got them all covered by now. I neglected to note which ones I wanted to pull, but I believe this must be covered under what we've pulled already. Yes. Yes, okay. All right, I see one member of the public has raised his or her hand. Is this?
No, that's a staff that is probably prepared to answer your question if need to.
Okay. Now I see that there's a public member.
I do see public now. Hold on.
Yeah, I do as well, but I'll just read again for the members of the public the items that we've already pulled, which is 5.4, 5.5, 5.9, 5.11, 5.13, 5.14, and 5.15. So if you wanted to speak to any of those items, your chance will come. And Good of the City will be coming after the consent calendar. Given that, it looks like there is one member of the public who might like to pull an item, Mr. Torkington, I believe.
Go ahead, Mr. Torkington. Which item would you like to pull?
No, I don't want to pull an item. I just want to speak to 5.5, so I put up my hand. Maybe I'm early putting up my hand here.
Okay, I'll note you for 5.5. We'll be taking these one at a time, so we'll call on the public for each item. Thank you. All right, let's start with discussion of 5.4. This is the proclamation for Juneteenth. Oh, I know that I wanted to say something, which is I want to thank the Vice Mayor very much for bringing this forward. And go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Because we're meeting virtually and there's not really an opportunity to present the proclamation, I did think it was important to read it tonight. So I'm going to do that. City of Albany Proclamation in recognition of Juneteenth 2020. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the abolition of slavery in the United States and the emancipation of African American slaves throughout the Confederate South. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas the Civil War ended with the surrender of General Lee on April 9th, 1865, and this news reached Texas when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston Bay with Union troops. It was on June 19th, 1865, that he announced, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. And whereas celebration of the end of slavery, which became known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas numerous local and national Juneteenth organizations have risen alongside older organizations with the common mission of promoting and cultivating knowledge and appreciation of African American history and culture, while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all people and cultures. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society, and reminds each of us that the precious promise of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are at the core of the American dream. And whereas recent events in our nation have highlighted the racism and inequities still faced by Black Americans and people of color, and whereas we renew our commitment to eradicate these injustices and work toward a nation where people, and I quote, will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, end quote, and from Martin Luther King Jr. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council recognizes June 19, 2020 as Juneteenth in the city of Albany, and encourages citizens to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and in the heritage of our nation and city. And it will be signed Nick Pilch, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you for reading. Any other comments or questions on this item from council members? Seeing none, I'll move to the next one, which would be item 5.5, which is the on-call services contract for CEQA consultants. Who pulled this one?
Me.
Go, Councilmember Moss.
Okay. Yeah, I had a quick question. I'm looking for a confirmation. The services that Rincon is going to provide for CEQA will be the services we'll use if at some point council is able to get to a changing of the zoning up on Albany Hill. This would fulfill the CEQA requirements for doing something like that. Is that?
Yes, hi, this is Ann Hirsch. That's absolutely correct. If there were to be a future amendment to the zoning on Albany Hill, we would definitely use Rincon services for the CEQA analysis.
So would this 100,000 that we're appropriating tonight be part of that?
That's correct. We're allocating $100,000 over a 3-year window, so it would come out of those funds.
Okay. All right. Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from other council members on this item? Seeing none, I neglected to see if any of the public wanted to comment on items 5.4 or 5.5. I neglected to ask for public comment previously. Mr. Torkington, yes.
I just want to comment on the on 5.4 on the Juneteenth. Actually, slavery was not abolished at the time of June 19th, 1865. It wasn't until the 13th Amendment took effect at the end of the year. Slavery was still in effect in Delaware and Maryland even after that. But on the other hand, it's a day worth celebrating. I'm not complaining about the celebration. I have a comment on 5.6, so when you come to that, I'll comment on that also.
Okay, we did not pull that item, but Mr. Torkington, if you want to stay on, and we can just pull that item right now, and you can make your comment.
Okay, thank you. I got confused. I thought it was 5.5, but it was actually 5.6. I looked at the agenda again, so sorry.
Okay, so you do not have a comment on 5.6?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, and we'll move on to the next pulled item, 5.4, 5.6. 5.9, it looks like, and I think this might be from Councilmember Nason.
Yes, that was from me. And what I wanted, I had a question, first a comment and then a question. The comment is, I want to give a shout out to Public Works and its contractors for the improvements that we have seen in the maintenance. It's heartening. And I'm also very appreciative of the beefed up schedule and, the information so that people who are concerned about these things can find out what is getting maintained and when. I did want to ask if Mark Hurley is on the phone. The last time we extended this contract, we had talked about potentially talking to opening it up and looking at other contractors. Are we now deciding, is this contractor one that we are sticking with now for a while?
No, we have every intention to rebid this year. With all that's happened in the first part of 2020, we just didn't have the bandwidth to pull together a proper scope of work and rebid it. But that's something we intend to do.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Any other council member have questions or comments on 5.9, which is the landscape maintenance contract?
Oh.
And I assume, Mr. Torkington, you have your hand raised for the last one. Okay, you've lowered your hand. Any other member of the public wish to speak on the maintenance contract? Seeing none, we'll move to 5.11, which I believe is also Councilmember Nason's item, the sidewalk rehabilitation CIP project.
Yeah, and I just again had a question, and that is the status of the upgrade, the sidewalk rehabilitation on transfer policy, where we stand on that.
Mr. Hurley or Gonzalez or city manager, go ahead.
So the transfer, remind me the transfer policy. This is.
Yeah, some years back, we adopted a policy that when properties are transferred, in addition to fixing the sewer laterals, they would also be required there would also be a requirement that the sidewalk be fixed, or at least funded if the transaction took place at a time when it couldn't be.
I believe we're still working through the details of implementing that at this point, but it's in process.
Okay.
Just to add to that, yes, the Community Development Department is tasked with that project, and we will report back on that at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council member, and thanks for the reminder. Any other council member wish to speak on this item? Have questions? This is the sidewalk, yes, the CIP project 22,000 annual sidewalk rehabilitation. I see a couple of hands raised, members of the public about this item. City Clerk, could you let them in, please?
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, yes. The third thing for the sidewalk, ask the public if they know of any more cracks in the side right there on Adams and Solano in front of the haircutting place. There's this crack right there on the corner and everybody trips over it. So maybe there's another outreach where we could highlight, let the city know where sidewalks have issues. Please.
Sorry, is your comment complete?
Yep.
Your audio is a little shaky. Thank you. And we have a Mr. Torkington wanting to speak on this item. Go ahead. Hope you're, one moment. You have to unmute or be unmuted.
I just want to make certain I'm going to get a chance to speak on 5.6. That's all.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me go back to that. I misunderstood previously. I thought you did not want to speak on 5.6.
No, I did not want to 5.5.
Okay, so please, City Clerk, let's just let him hang out there for a second till we see if anyone else wants to talk to item 5.11. And if not, I just wanted to state that we do have a method on our website to contact Public Works to report on hazards around town, and I suggest anyone make use of that to report hazards. It's on the front page of our website. Can be accessed from the front page of the website. All right, let's go back to item 5.6, and which is the authorized adjustment to local taxes and fees on the property tax bill. Mr. Torkington, go ahead and make your comment.
Yeah, just with regard to the annual sewer service charge, and looking at page 3 of the actual resolution, number 2020-49, I see that, for instance, the sidewalk parcel tax is calculated based upon the size of the property, with special calculation for condos and multifamily residences. And on page 4, there's a fixed rate for the sewer service charge for all types of residences, including single-family homes, apartments, and condos. And it seems to me that pipe length should be the main determinant of cost. With this in mind, it's obvious that the length of pipe in the street to serve a single condo unit is much less than the length of pipe to serve one single family house. Now, the condo complex that I live on has 235 two-bath, two-bedroom units and has about 680 feet of frontage on Pierce Street. This amounts to about 3 feet per condo unit, 3 feet of sewage pipe per condo unit. Now, now there are no structures across the street, and never will be because it's a freeway across the street. So it uses the full 680 feet of sewer pipe. And the condo owner will pay, I guess, $576 divided by 3, or $192 per foot of pipe. So we're paying $192 per foot of pipe. And the average street frontage of a single family house in Albany is what, around 38 feet, say? Half of that is the length of the sewer main, assuming houses on both sides of the street. So the owner of a single family house would generally pay $576 divided by 19, or $30 per foot. So there's something very wrong here, because a condo owner pays $192 per foot of pipe, while a single family homeowner pays only $30 per foot. And that is not a fair allocation of costs. The end.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. And I see that our finance director, Ms. Rowden, has joined. I don't know if you joined because you wanted to speak to this item, or did staff want to speak to this item at all?
I can jump in. This is Mark Hurley. And Heather, you can
Thank
jump
you.
in too if I get a little sideways. So the rates are established through a process where we do a rate study and rate report that outlines how we establish the rates, and it's not based on length of pipe. It's providing the overall service that includes maintenance of the overall trunk system. So there is a method for it, but it's not based on length of pipe. And there is if you go back in the archives, the report that establishes the rates is available online.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley.
So important to note that we will be doing another sewer fee study again in the next year or two.
Yes, thank you for that. And this is a little backward, but did any council member want to speak on this item or have questions? I will note that the council, in doing all these taxes that we usually do every 2 years at ballot time, as we're doing tonight, we take into consideration exactly how the fees and taxes are calculated. And I would invite Mr. Torkington or all members of the public to participate in those discussions, as it can be complicated and and not straightforward. Okay, I think we've wrapped that one up. Going back to 513, I believe would be the next one, and I believe that is Councilmember Nason as well. That would be the agreement for the sale of surplus property.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, because we had a comment on this from Aaron Priven, and I don't know if he got an answer. I didn't see one, but I wanted to be sure that we are indeed applying the same policy. And I should say I had concerns about this the last time we did one, wanting to keep as much land along the Ohlone Greenway as we could, but I was persuaded that this was the right thing to do, and I wanted confirmation from the staff that we are doing the same thing whenever we get these requests.
Could staff comment on the consistency of our treating of these sales of surplus property?
Mayor Pilch, thank you for your summary of the question. In the transfer, bring me up to the screen, I didn't catch Councilmember Nason's question. But if I understand it in terms of consistency, yes, this is an unusual request, so we don't have very many opportunities to sell surplus property. But the process that we followed in this case is the standard case that procedurally cities do all the time, which is to ask that an appraisal be prepared and that the transaction occur at the fair market value determined by the appraiser. If I'm not answering your question, I apologize, and I need to ask you to restate it.
Okay, I think we've done a couple of these during my tenure on the council. I think the concern was just that we are following a uniform policy. And it sounds like we are. Is that correct?
Can you remind me of the other properties that you're referring to?
Ooh, no, I'd have to go back and look. But similarly situated.
I only recall this one. This was a really unique case.
Yeah, I don't recall any recently either, but it sounds like you're asking that we be consistent, Councilmember Nason.
Well, I am, and I guess I'll let this go, but I would like to get assurance on that point.
Okay, the staff can always come back to us with that. Okay.
Provide a report on that.
Thank you very much. Any other council member have a question or comment on this one? Any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, 513? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 514. Sorry, I can't remember who pulled this one.
Nick, I pulled it, and I'm happy to, I think this one, 514 and 515, actually you put on the agenda, so I will defer to you.
Okay. Well, let me give a brief overview of why these items are on the agenda. So the item 514 is on the agenda because I thought it was important to continue the discussion that started at the town hall yesterday. I feel like I owe it to the citizens to make sure we continue that discussion and see what we might have to do to make any changes if necessary going forward. And I thought that the Social and Economic Justice Commission would be a good place to at least get public input on, beyond that, I am not certain of exactly how we should proceed, open to suggestions. Let me leave that there and just say very briefly for item 515, the Black Lives Matter mural. We had members of the public reaching out who were interested in having a mural painted. Staff was interested in having that mural on the Albany Greenway. It seemed like an appropriate place to have it, a place where a lot of people might see it. That was the discussion, that was the genesis of that, and I spoke with Councilmember Moss about that as well, that we had both heard that people were interested and willing, and we'd heard that people were interested in volunteering, and we were also interested in seeing whether or not there could be donations to this effort. Staff suggested we allocate some money for it, which is in case we have to buy paint, etc., is also an option. So those are where these items came from. Shall we go to item 514 and see what your comments are, Vice Mayor?
Sure. I think, yes, the conversations do need to continue. I want to be sure that if we're going to send this to Social and Economic Justice, that we send them a specific task. I don't think it's fair to them to say, to give them too broad of a scope. It just, that won't work either for them or for moving this forward. I'd like to ask if the city manager has any thoughts on this.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. We certainly could have some thoughts on it, understanding that the issue is incredibly important to the community. We want to make sure we're doing the right thing here and that we have the resources we need to do a good job with the overall topic and how we move forward together. Yesterday, again, as I repeat myself, I heard the need for a call to action, and to help facilitate that, one option may be that we look to retain some professional services to help guide us through this process. What that looks like at this point in time, I'm not absolutely certain, but as you know, with major work items, we retain technical assistance in an expert in that field. And given your small staff here in Albany, I think that would benefit the community at large. To lead us through those discussions and give us examples of what's going on in other communities, or just giving their expertise to these particular set of circumstances. So that's one option. The other, as you know, in Albany, something we do really well is documentaries, and seeing our community leaders through the presentation yesterday, it seemed like they have some fantastic stories that could be shared in a more extended time frame, and we would be happy to support whatever effort may collectively be of interest there in terms of having stories told through video, particularly given our existing conditions of shelter in place. I think it would be a welcome, again, not a solution, but a part of the overall effort that we could provide. And I know that we could do that well, given the technical expertise in that particular area with our city staff.
There are a few members of the public who would like to speak on this item as well. I just wanted to say, and so before I do that, do you have any more remarks, Vice Mayor?
Well, one thing that struck me while the city manager was speaking was that we do have a little bit of time, as SEJC doesn't meet again until after our next meeting. So at this point, and I certainly want to hear from the public, but at this point, what I'm thinking is to direct staff to look into what type of professional services might be available, who could provide those, how much they would cost, where the funding would come from, all of that part, and bring it back to us as an action item on, I think it's July 5th, 6th, whatever, our next meeting, which would give us time to, I believe, stop me if I'm wrong, please, give us time to get it to Social and Economic Justice as part of their work plan, even if their agenda came out with sort of a placeholder of potential work plan adjustment or something like that. Or perhaps we decide tonight that we want to give them a work plan adjustment and confirm exactly what that looks like at our next meeting might be.
Okay. Did anyone else want to make a comment or have a question before we go to the public comment? I'll just say that I'll express my hope for the outcome of the town hall yesterday, which is that that we answer all the questions about our policies that have come up, that we listen to what people want us to change, and that we examine the gaps between what our policies do now and what people want us to do, and then decide what we will change. And I think I was thinking about this item and I did not arrive at a concrete suggestion. I think the Vice Mayor's suggestion is a good one, but I do think that an appropriate place for public input would be SEJC. I'll leave it at that for now, and let's, City Clerk, if you could call on the public at this time.
Go ahead, Bart.
Yes, my name is Bart Grossman, and I'm a member of Social and Economic Justice. And I think it's a perfectly appropriate assignment for SEJC. But I do agree with the Vice Mayor that as it's currently stated, it's kind of vague. At the town hall meeting, people were very clear that they wanted more than discussion, that they wanted action. And we've had a series of letters from people in the public demanding action specifically around the question of the police budget and whether police are currently assigned to do the things they ought to be doing, or whether some of those things would be better done by other kinds of professionals. So I want to be sure that this assignment would allow us to begin to look at some of those issues, issues of policy, practice, and budget of the police department was the area that was most cited at the town hall. The second area that was cited had to do with the schools and support for students of color. And that was partly related to racial incidents that have occurred in the schools. I think people are saying they want more than just to discuss. I think it's perfectly appropriate for us to allow the community to come in and for there to be time for people to make statements that they want to make. But I hope we can take a more active position about some of these issues that the community is pressing on for change now, and begin to look at them and see what we might recommend to council to explore. And I would also say, by the way, that I think we are going to need to do this job quickly, and that means that we have to meet more than once a month. We cannot drag this out. We really need to move on this, and I think we really need to respond to the community. And if we give the community the message that this is not really a priority, I think people are going to be quite angry, and deservedly so. So I would ask you to please consider whether this is a broad enough charge for us to be able to investigate some of these issues, and whether we can have the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Portia, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Portia Noble. I graduated last year from Albany High. I've been a part of the Albany community for as long as I can remember, and race has always been a problem here. Albany has a history of performative activism. Albany is 54% white and 37% Asian. We hide behind this veil of liberalism to say we aren't racist. But racism has existed within each and every one of us. This mural, to me, feels like another performative act to make the white and Asian majority feel like they did something. When I was talking to my friends about going to the Black Lives Matter March in Albany, we noted that that same principle of performative activism was there when people planned this march and when people attended this march. Almost everyone I saw at the march was white and Asian, but mostly white. There was no place where we reflected on our privilege, no place where we talked and listened to Black voices. I know the people who set up this march were primarily also not of color. So I ask you, who set forth this plan to make this mural? Was it people of color? Was it the community of people of color in our city? Did we talk to them? Did we listen to them? And is this what they wanted? Because if this isn't what they asked for, it's just another way to make the white and Asian majority of Albany feel like we did something. And we really didn't do anything. A mural does nothing. It shows nothing. It does not force us to reflect. It does not force us to listen. This money, I feel, could be used in so many better programs or lessons. We could have speakers come over. There's so many things that we could do better because we need to do better. Also, on another note, I also agree with a lot of things that were said yesterday about like defunding the police. Sorry, I'm really nervous, but I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Janelle, go ahead.
Hi, this is Janelle Gary. I am the vice chair on the Social Economic Justice Committee. I'm going to piggyback on Bart. I think we're all on the same wavelength because he was going to say exactly what I was going to say. So I just want us to look at the language that was written in this. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up. Sorry. Do two things. I think we need to expand on it where it says that SEJC to add to their work plan to discuss on how Albany might confront racism. I think that word confront comes off as being a bit harsh. Maybe we should use words like address. And there's different forms of racism. So we need to expand. We need to point out this is anti-Black racism or racism against people of color. So the language needs to be written in a way that it charges us to take action on the specific policies for the city and for police. So I'm just asking that we work on that, give us enough information and tools to act appropriately on responding to the public needs. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Greg, go ahead.
Hi, this is Greg Downs. I'm the chair of SEJC, and I just want to echo both Bart and Janelle. I think SEJC is eager to take this up. I very strongly agree with the Vice Mayor's suggestion that we should look for a concrete item. And my suggestion would be that you all direct SEJC to propose a work plan for the city based upon SEJC using time to work speedily, as Bart said, an analysis of city policies and procedures, and upon public comment on a wide range of topics, but including policing policies and procedures. And I think that if we're directed to devise a suggested work plan, we will work toward that goal and turn that back to council in a speedy manner that aims to help you all to deliver upon the pledge to make sure that we're not just talking, but instead looking to action. And we would like to begin in the July meeting. So I would urge you, whether you pass something that's more general at this meeting and then give us more instruction at the next meeting, that makes perfect sense to me. But we would like to be able to work toward an agenda for our July meeting that allows us to begin.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker?
Milo, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Milo, and I'm also a former student at Albany High School. I just wanted to say a lot of what Portia is saying is true, is that I think that just the way we react to these kinds of racist incidents, especially I'm sure everyone remembers what happened my sophomore year of high school, the absolute disaster and tragedy of what happened with that Instagram account and how that entire thing was handled is still raw. And I think that what the city of Albany needs to understand is that reacting after the fact never actually solves the problem. I think that there needs to be more specific policies in place, particularly at Albany High School, that address these sort of situations and what is considered bullying and disciplinary, better disciplinary rubric for this type of racist behavior. But I'm sorry, I just joined the meeting, so I don't have entire context for what people are talking about. But I would like to say that the Albany High School budget is always being slashed. It's always being kind of placed, in a lower priority than certain other things. And I think that I speak on behalf of every high school student when I say that what we would like more than a mural or any kind of performative project is actually to put in place programs on an educational level that will help our high school better address these kinds of systemic problems in how these children are brought up. And I also want to turn attention to, I'm not sure how many of you have had students go through our high school systems in Albany, but I would like to call your attention to the fact that the history curriculum in Albany and across the United States is incredibly lacking. It definitely needs to be expanded. It needs to be bettered. And I think that possibly this council should take a hard look at how we allocate funds and maybe look at allocating funds towards a better history curriculum, hiring better or allowing people to go on more field trips to learn about their history, hiring more teachers, expanding the education we get and the direction that that education goes. Because I think that the city of Albany's reaction to what happened, the eye-opening thing that happened with the Instagram incident, subsequent problems with racism has not been enough. There needs to be more action in preventing racism in this community, and I think that that should start at the high school level, not necessarily with any sort of like mural statue, stance against racism or committee. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Yes, Jeremiah here. The young lady that spoke earlier, the Albany High graduate, was a very message. I agree with a lot of things. Albany stands united against hate. It'd be not ink or whatever, but like Albany United stands united against hate. Fly. I used to see him all the time at restaurants and that was great. And so just with that simple message, Albany stands united. It's a nice reminder every time you see it every day. And I haven't seen those this year. I don't know where they're at, but it's like so Albany does stand it. And another thing is though, let's throw $6,000 paint. I mean, that's like paying $100,000 for a golden toilet seat. I mean, Can't ask
Jeremiah, you're really,
Benjamin Moore for a donation, or can't you ask, someone for a donation, ID number to donate? Albany stands united against hate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your audio quality was difficult to hear, but I think we got the gist of what you're saying. Next speaker, please.
Abby, go ahead. Abby Ridley Kerr.
Oh, hi, this is Judy Kerr. I apparently am using my daughter's address for addressing the council this evening. I'm also it's Judy Kerr speaking. I'm a member of the Albany Social and Economic Justice Commission. And I'd like to make 2 points this evening. First, I'd like to echo the comments of the earlier members of the commission that we are willing and open to addressing this as a Social and Economic Justice Commission. But I'd also like to remind the council that in October of last year, Bart Grossman, who was the then chair of the commission, came to the council with a request to expand the membership of the Social and Economic Justice Commission from 5 to 7 members. That was not a recommendation that was accepted by the council. In my view, the charge of the Social and Economic Justice Commission has always included inclusivity and diversity, and anti-racism is in that category. So I don't think we are really looking at a new charge for the commission, but rather one that we've been struggling with for at least the last several years. So we are very open to continuing that charge and looking forward to continuing the work. I'd like to thank City Manager's recommendation that possibly additional resources could be applied to this charge. It is something that I think is very important to the community, and it's very important not to make it feel like it's been shunted down to a subcommittee or a commission. So I would wonder if there would be a way for the Social and Economic Justice Commission to actually access the resources that the city manager proposed and work in coordination with some professional services and have a final product or a final recommendation to the council from that. The second point that I'd like to make this evening is related to the fact that thank you for Mayor Pilch for putting together the conversation yesterday. It was very heartening to see school district members and city council members on the same page, literally. And I think that is an important part of this conversation going forward. I'd like to suggest that whatever work the city does and whatever the Social and Economic Justice Commission recommends to the council be reported out not just to the council, but by two commission, and that the city continue to make strong efforts to work in collaboration with University Village, with the school district and the city in collaboration, because these issues are not one of the city, they are all of our issues, and they're critically important that we address. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Goodman, go
Next
ahead.
speaker.
Yes, hi. This is Peter Goodman. I'm a member of the Arts Committee. I just wanted to talk briefly about the mural. The Arts Committee has had quite a number of years of experience talking about murals and murals around the city, and I just wanted to share a couple of perspectives that might be helpful. First off, just to address the idea of a mural being a purely performative act, I think that's a rather dismissive term for what a mural could be. I can't imagine a political movement of any significance that didn't do its own advertising and marketing and have some sort of statement that was out there in the world, whether it was a slogan or a mural, a banner, iconic Obama hope sort of thing. Those sorts of symbols and banners are very important for not only expressing a particular point of view, but reinforcing it and exposing people to it on a daily basis. So I think it can be something that's very, very meaningful. But as the speaker also suggested, it could just be a token act that doesn't mean anything and makes people feel good simply by virtue of the fact that they've done it. So it's very important, I think, in terms of process, how such a mural is created, who creates it, by what means, for what purpose, where, with what input, that sort of thing. So not to get into all the details, but the Arts Committee does have a list of guidelines and things that people, artists, as well as the owner of the structure that the art goes on should think about when they're proposing a mural in order to make sure it's a successful project. Everything from subject matter to materials to preservation, anti-graffiti, whether it's going to be a public nuisance or not, that sort of thing. The other thing was, recently we had something on the Albany Greenway that happens to be BART property, a lot of it. We ran into a lot of permissions issues with that. The city got involved, worrying about obstructing traffic, et cetera, et cetera. So there were a lot of ancillary issues that had nothing to do with the artwork itself that came into play when we were discussing murals. So if you are going to proceed with a mural with city funds with a certain sense of urgency, we only meet once a month, so maybe that's not good, but people from the Arts Committee who are in the position, have some experience, would be happy to talk with anyone in the city that is in the process of doing this, thinking about it, just to help you think about it and maybe go over some of the issues that we've experienced over the years. Thank you.
Sonia Stott, go ahead.
Hi there. I'd just like to respond to the previous comment. I think that a mural can be an effective thing, but when we look at the Black Lives Matter movement and what this movement is trying to express, we need policy to back up like the expression. I'm sorry, I'm also very nervous, but the mural will be performative if there is no policy that backs up what the mural is trying to express. So I would like to see what policy is being put in place or what policy is being discussed in regards to Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted. Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry, I heard you say something and I didn't understand it and went right on. Okay, I wanted to thank everyone who spoke, and especially those who for whom it was nerve-wracking to speak. Thank you for having the courage to come and speak. And it looks like we have one of our panelists, or one of the council members already has his hand raised. Did you want to jump in, Councilmember Barnes?
Yeah, sure. Just a few comments. First, for the ex-high school student, Portia, I pretty much agree with you. I didn't attend the rally because I thought it would be performative. I've never heard that word used in that context, but I like it. But I think in all fairness, I need to give you a little bit of history. That the woman who first came to us a few weeks before the event to discuss us and urge people to participate was a white woman. However, she stated she had a Black husband and mixed race kids, and she was very concerned for their well-being. So for her, I don't think it was just a performative thing. And then there was and this is something we have to explain a lot. There's a high school student who had some useful and interesting suggestions about the high school and the curriculum. The city council and the school board are separate governmental entities. We don't control what the school district does. Now, we do have some formal ways of interacting, like what we call the 2x2x2 meetings. But for the most part, if you have trouble with the curriculum at the high school, you need to talk to your school board, not the city council. I'm sorry to be a stickler about that, but there just isn't a lot we can do directly. Indirectly, we can sort of nudge things, but not directly. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Councilmember Moss has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple quick comments. First, thank everybody that just commented on this, that called in, particularly the students. My daughter was at Albany High when the infamous Instagram incident happened, and I think it has affected all those kids, and continues to affect students at Albany High. And I take it to heart that this is really something that they have a great connection to, be they white, black, or whatever. But to the point about SEJC taking this up, I think it's perfectly appropriate that SEJC does look at these issues. I would like to specify specifically the one that we have been getting the most emails about, which is around defunding the police. I know that has lots of different meanings, and it isn't necessarily what some people think it is. But I think looking at how we do spend money, how the services that, say, the police do provide to Albany, what could happen in the future, are all things that I think the SEJC would be a good place to begin this. And I would certainly agree that more than once a month would be the appropriate amount of, at least twice a month would be, in this time would be appropriate for them to be meeting.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Other council member comments? Yes, Councilmember Nason. Oops.
Yeah, I'm just want to say I'm in agreement with Councilmember Moss. I think having social and economic justice take this up is a good idea, and have them meet more frequently. I think that we certainly could reconsider the issue of the number of people on the SEJC if they are still interested in pursuing that. And I like the idea of having them do a deep dive into the policing budget. That makes some sense.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Am I unmuted? Yeah. I think sending this to SEJC is the right thing. I think meeting more frequently, we can add that in if that's going to make this go more smoothly. But I do think that we need somebody, a professional, whoever that may be, to sort of guide the conversation. I think we need some experienced advice in this, and I'm not sure that we have it as a city anywhere. So I would like to go back to my original thought, which was to give them direction so they could put something on their agenda, at least a broad agenda item for them about about taking this on. But at our next meeting, hopefully staff can come back with a little more information about exactly how that would play out, perhaps even who they would recommend that we contract with to do this work. So that would be my recommendation at this point. And I have thoughts about the mural, but I think that's the next agenda item, so I'll hold on for a minute.
Yeah, we can take those one at a time. Councilmember Barnes, you had a follow-up?
Yes, I just wanted to say I agree with Peggy McQuaid. There are plenty of skilled moderators out there who deal with sensitive subjects like this, and I think it would be good for us to explore hiring one as a consultant, if only because it also takes some of the workload off SEJC, and they do say that they're not sure they're staffed up for this. And I'm not sure where this city staff feels about this, but I think we should ask for a little help. And as far as, taking a deep dive into budgetary matters, I am hesitant about that. That's a whole other complicated set of subjects, and we might want to confer with the city staff more about how we could approach that. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. And then Councilmember Moss, you had a follow-up?
Yeah. I do. Well, first a question, and the question's for staff. Do you think you'd be able to find somebody to help at SEJC, some outside source, by our next meeting? Is that something that you'd be, would be able to do?
That's the goal. We're working incredibly proactively on this, and my intent is to reach out to affiliate cities as well as other folks to find the most effective resources we can to help move this topic forward. So yes, returning to your next meeting, at least with an update on leads, or hopefully more than just leads, is my intent, assuming that's the direction of the council.
Okay, and I also just wanted to say, I'm not so sure about a deep budgetary dive. I think anything like this has got to begin somewhere, and where it begins is with just kind of looking at the tasks that, say, the police are assigned to, and the skill set that they bring to the table, and the tools, and what are the needs. It's a bigger discussion, and I think that's perfect for SEJC. As this evolves, at some point we might be looking at budgetary aspects of this, but at this point I think you got to begin somewhere, and I think that's kind of the beginning I would envision.
Thank you. I'll just jump in here and say that I read a headline or a few words of a column by the former mayor of San Francisco, black man, I'm spacing on his name,
Willie Brown,
who said that thank you, Willie Brown, who said that the defund of police slogan was the worst slogan he had heard. And I think the intention behind that slogan is not that budgets be slashed or taken away for the police, but rather what I understand many people saying is that it's the notion of maybe the funds be reallocated, that police not be sent to every call, that perhaps a social worker or the appropriate person who might not be a policeman be sent to the call, and perhaps redistribute funds among hiring. So I think all that also needs to be taken into all that should be discussed if people want to discuss it, and it's and if the end it affects the budget, then certainly the budget has to be discussed as well. But I think the policy discussion will have to occur at some point. And what I hear is that it sounds like there's an agreement that we send this to SGJC, and that we also get professional services to help with that effort, with SGJC's effort. And so if that's the case, then I would see if anyone wants to make a motion to change this item to direct staff to direct. So it's already, let's see, the item already says, what does the item already say? To send it to SEJC, right? Add to their work plan. So perhaps what we want to ask the staff to do is to make a motion to ask the city manager to engage professional services to work with SCJC on this item, something like that. Well, let me not make the motion for someone else. Would someone like to make a motion like that?
yeah, I'll make that motion. I'm just thinking of the procedural way, so that's fine. Sorry, I had to think it through in my head. So I'll move that the council authorize staff. Richard made the motion, Nick. It was perfect. To seek outside services.
Yeah, just I'm happy to if people are happy to, but the mayor usually shouldn't make it. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, well, let me just give it a shot. Council directs staff to seek outside services to work with SEJs to work with SEJC I want to get in there somewhere, adding to their work plan. And I want to also get in there how Albany might address issues of racism. So let me try it again. We direct staff to seek outside consultant to assist SEJC in ways Albany might address racism. This is a work plan adjustment. Does that work for staff?
May I suggest the wording, if the council is okay with this, of course, that we retain professional services to provide support to SEJC to develop an action plan regarding this matter.
That's what I meant.
For presentation back to the city council for further direction.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second for the vote on item 5. Let me make sure it's 513, correct?
No, I think it's 14, isn't it?
514. Okay, this is a motion for action on item 514 only. City Clerk?
Councilmember Barnes?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
And Mayor Pilch?
Yes.
Motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so let's move on to item 515, which we've already discussed a little bit. And did the council members want to comment? Councilmember Moss, you still have your hand up, but maybe that's for the last item. Okay. Who would like to make a comment? Councilmember, Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Thank you. In listening to the comments that we heard tonight and also that we heard yesterday, I think I have to agree with Peter Goodman from the Arts Committee, and maybe it's my old Arts Committee hat. I think that there is a role in this type of conversation for art, and it may not be a Black Lives Matter painting on the sidewalk or on the street or whatever, but it may be something else. And I would like us to direct the Arts Committee to come back to us with a recommendation for some art reflecting diversity, or Peter phrased it really well, but something like that, as opposed to just simply going out and painting a slogan, but make it all part of this ongoing conversation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, I mean, what I understood Peter Goodman saying is that he was perhaps more offering his services or the expertise of the Arts Committee to whatever project is going forward. I'm not sure the timing of putting this into the Arts Commission's court is such that it's going to work with the urgency of the moment. I mean, I don't know about whether doing Black Lives Matter or some other slogan on the Albany Greenway is a completely appropriate or makes a whole lot of sense. But I do think that there's a certain urgency here. And with that urgency, I'm not so sure that getting this into a long, drawn-out process makes a lot of sense.
Okay, and then Councilmember Barnes.
Well, I have mixed feelings. I think, yeah, we should take Peter Goodman's advice and work with the Arts Committee on this. If someone puts together a proposal that is costless for us and uses volunteer help, and someone donates the paint and the Arts Commission thinks it's a worthwhile project, then I could live with that. But my feeling is if we're going to start spending money, I know just from my son's experience that if you go to a community college for 2 years, you can transfer to UC or CSU, and $2,000 or $3,000 for a struggling Black kid could get them pretty much through community college. And I think there are more concrete, positive things we can do with money than murals. And to that extent, I agree with some of the criticisms of our younger post-high school students in Albany. That's it.
Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I would be in agreement with Councilmember Moss if we hadn't heard some fairly strongly stated concerns at this meeting. And given that those concerns exist and they are coming from people with backgrounds in anti-racism in Albany, I would prefer a little discussion of this. I'd like to hear from the Arts Committee. And it may not be compatible with their mission, but if people come forward to the Arts Committee with saying, don't do this, then we want to hear that too. Should we be approaching this through art? And if not, are there some alternatives? I like the idea of scholarships and so forth that are more concrete. I also like the idea of speakers about the history of race relations, especially at the local level. But I would support asking the Arts Committee to weigh in.
Thank you. Let's see, we heard from all the council members on this item, I think. Vice Mayor, you had a follow-up?
I do. I do support sending it to the Arts Committee. I know sometimes things get bogged down, and I don't think that we need to do something, rush out with our paintbrushes tomorrow, but I would like to see this, at least the discussion, happen fairly soon. And if there's a way to do some art that feels appropriate to the community, that we're able to push that forward fairly quickly. I don't know if they need to have for lack of a better term, an emergency ordinance so they can move their process forward more quickly than they sometimes are able to, if that would be appropriate. But I think to give them that flexibility is probably a good idea. And I think I said this before, but I think of it as all kind of a holistic approach, and working with the SEJC, working with the Arts Committee, working with the school district, the community. I think that's a good way to do this. So it's not siloed in just in the council or just in one place, but it's holistically across the community. That seems to me to make sense, to be a good way to go about this.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager had her hand up. Looks like she wants to make some comments. Sure,
Just a little bit of additional information for the council as you deliberate on this item. With regards to the Arts Committee, a benefit of that committee, as the Vice Mayor indicated, is that it could be another conversation, and the mural may have more meaning with some of that additional dialogue. There's also the potential to utilize public art funds should it go through the Arts Committee process, and that may be a meaningful use of some of that funding.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll weigh in. I think that I'm concerned that bringing it to the Arts Committee would slow the process down. I feel like fast action is needed. On the other hand, I agree with the other council members who think that our voices are not yet unified. So getting the community together and to listen to those voices might be the right thing to do. But I do think it is powerful. It's powerful art. It's a powerful statement. It's where it has been done in other communities, it's sent a powerful message and been very strongly supported. So I think it is. I think this particular mural would be a good thing. But if it ends up being something else, coming out of the Arts Committee, so be it. So I'm going to suggest that one idea is that we could authorize. The other thing I would say is that I bet we have a lot of volunteers who are willing to stand up and help with this project, and maybe even a paint store who's willing to donate the paint. But still, I'd say we could keep this item. We could keep it as authorizing the city council to do a work of art, authorize the money, but also send it to the Arts Committee. That's what my thinking is. And then maybe just the direction that the arts, whatever comes out of the Arts Committee, we can immediately do without having it come back to council, something like that. Those are the things that come to mind. What do my fellow council members think? Vice Mayor McQuaid?
I just want to comment that we are still in a shelter in place. And even after Friday, I think that we're still social distancing and all of that. So as a responsible city, we need to be a little bit careful of opening something like this up to volunteers and ending up with, say, 100 people trying to jostle around with each other to paint something. I think it needs a little formal structure so we're practicing what we're preaching on all sides, that we're doing social distancing and we need to respect that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And certainly city staff needs to be involved in order to oversee any project so that it doesn't conforms to city laws. I see Councilmember Barnes has a follow-up.
I just want to mention the Albany green pipe sculpture, because I was one of the people who voted in favor of it. And like the cowboy said, when he was tired and sat down on the cactus, it seemed like a good idea at the time. But when you look at the controversy it's raised, a mural like this, due to the sensitivities, has got to be done right. It's got to look good. It's got to look professional, because we're going to be looking at it for a long time. And it's got to be something that we're proud of 10 years from now, unless we want to get rid of it, and that will have some issues too. So I would rather err on the side of caution and getting it right to start with, including the process of making sure, we're COVID safe. And that's why I would be in favor of having it run through the Arts Commission. Because it's one thing to have people complain about the green Albany pipes, but if we're getting a lot of complaints and backlash about a Black Lives Matter mural, that's going to be a little more painful.
Yeah, thank you for that. The city clerk has reminded me, and I thank the city clerk, that we kind of melded the two items together, but there is public comment who wants to speak on this item. So before we get too much further, if we could allow for any public comment, including the one person who has already raised their hand. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Go ahead, Grace.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Grace Patterson. I'm an alumni of Albany High School. I graduated in 2017, and I completely want to echo Council Members Barnes' comment that it has to be done right. I would highly recommend that the Arts Commission reaches out to specifically Black artists and pays the artists for their work. I think this is incredibly important. I think that this can give the opportunity for Black artists in Albany to have a platform to create something for the community as well as get paid. I think that's very, very important. I agree with Councilmember Nason that scholarships and speakers at events would be awesome if the city could have any sort of scholarships for our Black students or any sorts of things. Yes, and also I wanted to do a quick little note on defunding the police. I would highly recommend everyone here reads Angela Davis's "Are Prisons Obsolete?" It has to be done right, and I definitely recommend that the city reaches out to Black artists and pays them for their work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Elena, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to say I noticed that there were multiple city council members who used the term urgent in regards to the mural, and that was never brought up in regards to what policies are going to be put in place, any action steps. And so I think it's very representative of the performative nature of Albany's activism. And I also just want to agree with, I don't remember her name, but or Portia, and kind of want to ask, like, is this what Black members of our community have asked for? And if not, why are we pushing this as such an urgent issue? And I'm questioning whether or not this is really what the community is asking for. And I also want to echo that we need to defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next speaker.
Kara, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Malia Oliver, and I'm a recent graduate of Albany High School. So I really appreciated what the last speaker said, and I think her observation of the use of the word urgent is really important, because what's urgent is policy change right now. That is also your guys' job as city council members and as mayors and vice mayors, et cetera. And I think that it is extremely important that you guys listen really hard to what the community and what the world is saying right now, because they're talking directly to you and they're telling you that this community isn't safe. It's not safe for the Black and people of color and those members of our community. And would a mural be nice? Could a mural say something nice? Sure. Is a mural going to save lives? Is that going to make people feel safe in our community? No, I do not think it's going to. In fact, it might make people feel unsafe, because they can see that our community is prioritizing a mural rather than actually doing the hard work that your guys' job is, which is to examine the budget. Yes, do a very deep dive into the budget and do it as soon as possible, because that's what your community members are asking you to do. And that's what we're going to be thinking about when we're voting. And I really want to just highlight that when we say defund the police, or however you want to say it, reallocate funds, whatever makes you feel comfortable, that's not something we're just saying that we're going to forget about. That is a movement that's going on right now, and it's your guys' decision if you want to be part of that movement or if you don't want to be part of that movement. And I know that my understanding of the situation is that putting in our installation would not be very difficult. That would be kind of an easy thing to do. And that's great, but that isn't what we need right now. We don't need an easy thing. We need the right thing. And the right thing is policy and policy change, which is your guys' job. And if you don't feel comfortable making that policy change and doing what your community is asking you to do, I would ask that you do not hold this position of leadership in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I don't see any more public speakers. I'd like to speak to a few things that came up in those last comments. I think that the public is right to be skeptical, given how long the Black people have had to suffer through what they've suffered, and that it is urgent that these things be fixed. In a small city such as ours, I think it makes sense for us to examine these changes, make whatever changes are necessary, but we just don't have the facility to do these things quickly. We need to hire people to study this and make sure we're doing the right thing. And I do want to do the right thing. I don't want to act too quickly and do the wrong thing because we acted too quickly. I think that's also a danger. But I do care about real change, and I don't want to just do artworks for this cause. And I guess I will, and I think that the one reason that we've thought of this mural was simply because it's been done elsewhere and had such a great success, and it has been received really well elsewhere, and I think that's why we thought about the mural first. But I think we're all agreeing that the Arts Committee can take that on, and maybe that isn't so urgent. And I think we had a member of the council who wanted to speak next. Councilmember Barnes.
Yeah, I just wanted to react to the last couple of speakers to say that you're looking at three white guys up here on the council, but we're all termed out, so we're gone at the end of the year. And I think you might find some of the candidates who will be running to fill 3 empty seats will be worth your consideration. So my suggestion to you is to stay involved, because I think there is some good work to be done, not only with new candidates, but also with, keeping yourself informed about the budget issues. Because let me tell you, the budget situation is very dire. And believe me, we're going to underfund the police because we're going to underfund everything. So those issues going forward might also be interesting to you. Just saying.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there another Councilmember who would like to speak? And seeing none right away, let me reiterate what I think was the consensus that we directed to the Arts Committee. And was there any consensus on whether or not we could just allow the Arts Committee to act on their own, or whether or not we wanted to allocate money to it if necessary?
Yeah.
Any thoughts on those parts, or any motion? Go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
I would just favor a direct referral and let the Arts Committee, I have faith in what Peter was saying, and we've heard from other Arts Committee members, and I think that we can have faith in them to come back to us with a next step.
Thank you for that. The only thing I'd be concerned about is if they want to spend money. We would have to come back to council for authorization, and probably would, and would that be okay?
Well, if we want an artwork, we will need to pay for it, unless donors step forward or someone takes on the fundraising. But I don't think we have to allocate funds tonight. I think we should hear from, because we aren't actually sure that an artwork is what we're looking for in this situation. I think we should get their advice.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion?
I will move to refer the matter to the Arts Committee.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And just to confirm, this is for item 515, the Black Lives Matter mural. We'll be voting separately on this item on the motion just made. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember Barnes?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
I'm going to vote yes, but I wasn't quick enough to ask a question. Is it only referring to a Black Lives Matter mural, or any type of art? I was anticipating it was any type of art.
It's an open referral.
Thank you. That was what I thought. So perhaps the motion needs to be clarified a little bit.
Then I would add that to the motion, that this is an open referral to the Arts Committee to gather input from the community and come back with a recommendation, and that they have as much latitude as they might desire to develop that recommendation.
Then I am voting
yes. So you're voting yes, and you confirm your second, Vice Mayor? Okay, and the vote so far, is everyone still okay with a yes vote on the amended motion? Okay.
Yes.
So then, okay. And then I believe I'm the last one, City Clerk. I'll vote yes.
Thank you. And the motion carries.
I'll
Okay,
move the
thanks,
rest of the
City
consent
Clerk.
calendar.
Second?
I'll second that.
Go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes,
Motion carries. For the rest of the consent calendar.
thank you very much. And now we are on to item 6, the good of the city, public comment for persons wishing to address the city council on any item that is not on the agenda. So any item not on the agenda, now is the time for the public to speak. You'll have 3 minutes. And do we have any public speakers? It looks like we have one. So please go ahead, City Clerk.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Hi there, this is Aaron Tiedemann. As you know, I'm a member of the Economic Development Committee, and I wanted to talk today a little bit about the Albany Inside Out Plan and the effort to get public space to be used for businesses. My committee talked about this issue at our last meeting and took action on it to recommend that your council imminently direct staff to take whatever steps necessary to make it easier for businesses to use the public space. This is a really important issue now that we're coming to close to businesses being able to reopen, and is going to be incredibly necessary in order to facilitate restaurants to be able to have some sort of business. I think there's some frustration right now in some of the people who've been working on this a lot. The owner of Ocean View Brewworks, as well as a group of concerned citizens, including myself and some members of some other committees, have been really working on this issue to contact other cities that are undertaking these sorts of plans, to reach out to other businesses. And so far, there hasn't been much coordination between that group and the city. And I think there absolutely needs to be, partly because there's already work being done that would benefit the staff, but partly because this just needs to be, there needs to be more outreach on this and more action on it to make it happen, to make the traffic barriers happen and look presentable, to make it easy for businesses to use this space. And I feel for the city staff. I recognize that this is a really hard time to try and focus on projects. I recognize that as an employee of Alameda County, COVID takes up so much of your time. It's hard to focus on things, but because the lifting of some of these regulations is coming so quickly and other cities are moving on it and Albany hasn't yet, I think it's more dire than ever that this get firm direction from the city council to staff and get worked on right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. Yes, a few things here. Well, it's been 2 weeks. A lot has happened since the last city council meeting, huh? Since that one guy got murdered by the police, I think there's been about at least 10 more Black people been murdered by police officers in the United States. Oh my gosh, a lot has happened since just the last city council meeting. Jeez. Also, I found out you guys got one lady in the Terrace Hotel, homeless lady. You guys are paying $100 a night. So $3,000 a month, $100 a night. I told you guys, you guys aren't even giving the monthly rate or weekly rate. I talked to the manager. You guys are paying by the day. You guys are getting ripped off by the hotel company. So $3,000 a month goes $100 a night for those homeless people. I even offer to pay. Oh man, so sad. $100 a night. That's why the budget's so messed up, because you guys don't even know how to spend the money. Okay, get a monthly rate or a weekly rate. Why are you guys paying by the night? I thought Albany's smarter than that. I was getting my car worked on today by Paul 77 Auto. They're on San Pablo. I highly recommend them, by the way. Very good auto shop. I was paying for my car to get fixed, and all of a sudden, this guy's yelling in the street. So me and Robert walked out. There's a black guy on a scooter, a homeless guy, yelling at some Asian ladies in the nail salon across the street. They run inside scared. There's a white guy walking up opposite direction. As soon as this black guy on the scooter sees this white guy, he drops everything he has, says, "You ain't up to God, you ain't up to God," and hauls off and socks the white guy in his face. Random act of violence. I called Albany police came, the guy on the motorcycle, and not Teddy, not Larrick, Lumby. Lumby came out. Lumby says he knows the guy. It's up to the guy if he wants to press charges. They let the homeless black guy go, and maybe the white guy will press charges. Still this day, I have no shower. Still this day, no shower. But you know what? Keep up the good work. And the last thing I want to say is St. Mary's High School needs to turn on their lights at nighttime and let the kids play at nighttime. Who cares about the neighbors complaining about the lights are too bright? The lights were put there for a reason, so you could play sports, football, all these sports at nighttime. Turn on the lights.
Jeremiah, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Janelle, go ahead.
Hello, this is Janelle Gary again. Well, I want to thank you for really diving into the conversation on yesterday with the town hall meeting. I want to emphasize the importance of Juneteenth. I know there have been discussion of possibly making it a paid holiday or better observation of Emancipation Day, but I just want to encourage the city that in the future, if we could collaborate and have some type of celebration just to, discuss the history of Juneteenth and celebrate the culture of African American or Black and Brown people in this country. With that said, on Friday, in observation of Juneteenth, I will be hosting a speaker symposium. Last year, we introduced men, a civil rights leader, and this time we're going to introduce women and get their perspective. And they're going to talk a bit on history. They're going to talk a bit about their experiences in the United States. And so feel free to join in, to collaborate, listen, and whatever your heart's desire. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And that looks like it. Okay. We will move on then to the council subcommittee reports and appointed representation reports and other meetings. Let's go ahead and take this type by report type by report type. Give me a moment to find my notes here. Let's start with the appointed representation. Do any council members have any reports on appointed representation? Councilmember Moss?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Last Thursday, I attended the ABAG Assembly, General Assembly. There was business items primarily, and the biggest one being, well, the two big ones was one, the budget for the new fiscal year. ABAG is an agency that's mostly grant funded, and I think they had something like 90% of all their grant money in place. The big issue that caused some controversy was a proposal to shift some of the burden that had been on the counties away from the counties to, in terms of dues, to the cities. And there was quite a bit of pushback by some of the cities who felt their dues going up, which on average was a couple $1,000, was not something they wanted to do at that time. However, all this stuff passed, and the only other thing I would put out there is that I think I believe it's the 24th, there'll be or 25th, there'll be another ABAG General Assembly meeting that will discuss our regional housing needs goals and how they put that together. And I believe that's open to anybody as a webinar kind of thing. So if you're interested, sign up.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Okay, now I can say thank you. I'll report a little bit on the Housing Authority. Highlights of our last meeting, we approved our audit and our 2021 budget. But what I really wanted to talk about was the fact that we awarded 18 scholarships for a total of $15,000. And these range from $250 to $1,750. And they range for people starting community college up to one woman was getting her master's degree and another was taking the bar. And we also awarded $2,500 scholarship in memory of Don. Some of you may remember him. He was a Dublin City Council member, passed away several years ago. And that one went to a woman who's getting her master's degree in counseling. And I had the privilege of sitting on the scholarship awarding committee. And it was so wonderful to see these people that are, part of the Housing Authority, and they're, living in subsidized housing, but they're going to school. They're either starting their educational career or they're actually finishing their educational career. And they're such high achievers, and the volunteer service that they're providing the community, it was all just really inspiring. And it was great to be able to give out all these scholarships. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Any other council member with appointed representation? If not, I'll go to my notes. One moment. So we had a programs and administration meeting of Stop Waste. Nothing too significant to report there. We had an ACTC planning and legislation meeting. There was a start of a process on commenting on some a process that was just getting underway. So nothing much to report out there. I did attend the mayor's conference and the homeless working group of the mayor's conference, and the vice mayor was there as well, along with city staff, various city staff in both of those meetings, both the city pardon me, I better drink some more coffee, the city manager and the assistant city manager. And finally, what is very important is East Bay Community Energy. I sat in on the finance subcommittee meeting, and I've been following along very closely. And I may have mentioned this previously, but due to many financial factors, due to rulings by the CPUC, COVID, and perhaps other financial factors, EBC is reconsidering its rates and its products as well. And one of the things that has come up is that the product that we use, Brilliant 100, which is greenhouse gas free and we get at the same rate as PG&E, has turned out to be now subsidized, and that we do not pay for that rate what it actually costs to produce the energy. So there's many ideas being floated about what to do. Brilliant 100 could be kept, but the price raised above PG&E. Brilliant 100 could go away, we could push to keep a billion 100 with a subsidy by adjusting the other rates and doing some other budget manipulations. So that is all still on the table as far as I know. And EDC staff is very sensitive to this because we have Brilliant 100 as a default, and so does Hayward. And it's a default for Piedmont for their municipal customers, I believe. So they're being sensitive. They don't want to make any big changes yet, and they're considering if they have to make changes, not making them until the end of the year, the end of the calendar year. But that's all going on, so you should weigh in. I personally I've been talking with staff about this, and I know how somewhat how staff feels, so I continue to weigh in with them and keep them abreast of what's happening. But that's a significant item going on for East Bay Community Energy. And any questions about that? If not, I took these a little bit out of order. I want to talk about the subcommittees. It strikes me that we may need to update some of these dates. I do believe either the Waterfront or Alta Bates had a report more recent than 2019. Does anyone recall?
I think we just reported on the Waterfront the last meeting, actually.
Okay, so we should update that date, which is now December 2nd. And then I think we, Councilmember Nason and I are overdue with the San Pablo Avenue corridor project, although I'm not sure what is new there, but we should find out and get back to you. And I dare say that myself and the Vice Mayor need to get together on community inclusivity, as that is a item in the forefront right now. And I would like to say that I think that in order to get over the hurdle of the subcommittee's meeting, perhaps we could consider that it simply has to be a phone call and gathering maybe of some information and then an update at the next council meeting. Don't think that this has to be a lot of work to report at the next council meeting, but we did promise ourselves that we would update quarterly, so we ought to think about making sure we report, some of these subcommittees get together, and or if anyone wishes to sunset one of these subcommittees, we can bring that to further council meeting as well. That said, are there any subcommittees that do wish to report today? If not, oh, go ahead. Sorry, Vice Mayor. Apologies. Go ahead.
No problem. I think I mentioned a few times ago that because the Alta Bates Task Force is considered by the City of Berkeley to be one of their committees, and they haven't been meeting, that's why we haven't met. So okay. We're kind of on hold until the City of Berkeley allows those type of meetings to occur again.
Okay. There is some news in that area that we could report, though. Some legislation passed, so maybe that could be a report for next time. I can talk to you offline about that. And then Councilmember Moss, did you have your hand up on a previous item or on this item? Oh, okay. So we either lower your hand or
a previous item. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. I think we can also lower your hand as well for you. So no worries.
Right.
Okay. And moving on to the third item, which would be just other meetings and events. Would any other council member like to report? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We continue to have our weekly business calls with the myself, staff, and the business organizations. Obviously, we were at the town hall yesterday. The League of California Cities held two of our they held all of the policy committee meetings last week. I participated in community services and public safety. I imagine you were in environmental policy.
Quality.
Yes, thank you. I attended the school district reopening task force meeting. I was at the protest, and I was also on the call with climate mayors.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Meetings of note? Just very quickly then, I have been listening in on the COVID county halls, almost every COVID county calls almost every Wednesday. And I went to of course we had the town hall, the protest, I was there as well. I went to a League of Women Voters meeting, talking about dealing with COVID-19. And I attended the climate mayor's call, and I also attended a meeting of the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce where Congresswoman Barbara Lee was speaking. I think we all might have gotten an invite to that. I'm not sure, but I did in my inbox. And I think that'll do it. Oh, yeah, I did have a meeting with staff about outdoor dining as well. And I think that'll do it. If there's no other meetings to report, let's keep on moving. Bring back up my agenda. One moment, please. We are at item 8, City Manager report. Please go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. A few quick items for the council and the community. From our Public Works Department, we have a few projects coming up. A major pothole repair program this week. A contractor will begin repairing sections of deteriorated roadway at 27 locations on 9 different streets throughout the city. This work includes repairs on Washington Avenue between Cornell and Masonic, which is the section of the Washington Avenue pavement project that was delayed due to the East Bay mud water line work. The pedestrian beacons, the bases for the pedestrian beacon at Marin and Talbot have been placed. The contractor will install the poles and equipment later this week or next. And we have an upcoming sewer project on Marin Avenue. Next Monday, June 22nd, the city's sewer contractor will be mobilizing to rehabilitate the sewer line along Marin between Tulare and Cornell. The project also rehabilitates the sewer line within an easement running through Giltrack, Ocean View School and Park, and portions of USDA property. We've sent out notices to the community, and please bear with us as we do this essential roadwork improvement. Also from our senior center, who is continuing to respond to those in need during this pandemic. We have now delivered a total of 3,763 meals, 210 brown bags, and served 2,500 calls, as well as delivered essential items to 78 individuals. Again, I applaud them for all their continued efforts during this time. They're doing a phenomenal job. An inquiry came in today about the tax exemptions and the data behind those. I just wanted to share that that information has been posted to our website. I wanted to recognize and appreciate that inquiry. Also, as we noted yesterday in the town hall, in case anyone wasn't on that meeting, we have albanyca.org/police, and that's where you can go for any information you need on our police department, our policy and procedures, our FAQ, and as that is a living document, please continue to go back to that document, to that link to reference it on an ongoing basis. One last thing in terms of our business and ongoing support for our local business community. I want to stress that this is a priority project for the city, and we have more than a handful of staff working on this every day. On your next council agenda, you will have an item requesting the council authorize a waiving of the fee associated with an encroachment permit for businesses seeking assistance in how they reopen and potentially utilizing some of the city public right-of-way. We're working on an ongoing basis with businesses directly and are currently in conversations with several businesses on Solano and San Pablo Avenue to help them through the encroachment permit process and help them figure out what reopening means to them and how the city can best facilitate anything they need. It's a case-by-case basis, and we're doing a very good job in customizing our approach to the particular needs of our business community. We are also preparing a reopening guide, and this should be forthcoming within the week or early next week to help understand those details as they come out through Alameda County Public Health to help make sense of them for each type of business we have in town. And that's another really helpful resource that will be a living document. We're working with the Solano Avenue Association and the Chamber of Commerce as our direct connect to businesses to help get all of this information out as quickly and as comprehensively as we can. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, City Manager. And we'll move on to the to item 9, which is presentation, a financial update. Take it away, staff.
Thank you, Mayor. And our Finance Director, Heather Rowden, is here to lead the staff report. I would first just like to recognize where we are. Again, this unique situation that we're confronted with this pandemic necessitates an ongoing conversation about the city budget. Tonight is the first of an ongoing conversation that you'll have over the next several months, where we continue to very carefully analyze every expenditure and every revenue that we're receiving and lack thereof with regard to revenue, to make informed decisions about how we sustain our overall budget for the long term, and continue to ensure that we are able to maintain those core critical services for our community. So with that, I will turn it over to Heather.
All right, and I am going to share my screen. Okay, so everyone sees the lovely blue PowerPoint. I can tell because it's shining off of all of your faces. Maybe I'll have to pick a different color next time. All right, so this is a two-step, well, yeah, it's a two-step staff report. The first half is telling you where we are year to date, and year to date was as of May 31st. And then the second half is talking about fiscal year 2021, which starts July 1st. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is where we were May 31st. This is the bottom part of the first summary page on your year-to-date budget to actual report. And it shows where we are expense-wise and revenue-wise, what we budgeted, and the total is where we are now. And as you can see, our expenses have exceeded our revenues by quite a bit. Now, there are a number of transfers that from special revenue funds to the general fund that I haven't done yet because we can't do those until the end of the year when we know the actual amount that we spent. So to know how much to actually transfer. But there's also a number of expenses that we will have at year end. We still have another payroll to run, another month of payroll and all of that. So as you can see, we're looking towards deficit this year, but it could go in a number of ways. But be prepared that it will probably be some sort of deficit. This shows you expenses by department from what they had budgeted and each quarter. There's a lot of colors on here. So the first is green. Green was the first quarter. So green is what we spent in the first quarter of the fiscal year. Orange is the second quarter. Gray is the third quarter, and then you can see we've done a lot to try to slow down spending in the fourth quarter, which is the yellow. You see it really well in recreation. You can see the impact that COVID has had, which is Department 22. You can see that the first, second, and third quarters are all pretty even. And then you get to the fourth quarter. And again, we have another month, but not much is happening with recreation. And you can really see how much has changed because of COVID. And these are, again, expenses. So year to date, this is over where, so this is by quarter. Now, again, we still have a month left in 2020. So there's still going to be some changes here. But you can see where we are compared to where we were in other years. And you can see that the revenue is, is lacking. There should be more. We've received the majority of our property taxes, which is on the next slide. There's one more property tax payment that will be recorded for June, but it's not a lot. It's a couple $100,000. It's a makeup payment for people who paid late, things like that. But we probably won't receive enough to, make up the difference between quarter 4 of last year and quarter 4 of this year. This chart is in your staff report, and it shows you the impact that COVID has had on sales taxes that we collected through May. So you can see the trend was that we were getting, more each year. You see 19 is in yellow and 20 is in red until March. After March, it all goes down. June is also expected to go down. So this is really, this shows the trend for sales tax related to COVID. So that's where we are this year. And we're doing our best to make sure that, we're decreasing expenses where we can to try to shore up that deficit, but we may end up with a deficit. Does anyone have any questions on so far this year before I transition to next year? Or do you want me to I'm going to keep going. Okay. So the fiscal year 2020-21 budget starts July 1st. It is part of the biennial budget that was adopted on June 17th, 2019. And so it's already been approved, and it is included as an attachment to your staff report. I updated the summary page so that the last line shows you the summary of the detail that was approved in June of 2019. What's included? There are very few changes from current fiscal year to next fiscal year. There are a handful, but there weren't a lot. One thing that we're asking today is to update the salary schedule. The only change is that we're adding 2 classifications. This is really an administrative thing for CalPERS. It does not change the budget in any way. It is a consolidation of a couple of positions. One for the fire inspector one is a consolidation of a number of part-time positions into one full-time position. And then there's one in finance where dissolving a supervisor position that's not filled and creating a coordinator position, and then also creating a higher level manager position. Does not change the budget. In fact, there's salary savings associated with it. And so the item for you to vote on as part of this is updating the salary schedule. It has no effect on the budget. You'll notice that the deficit increased approved from last year to this year. It increased to 1.13 million. Staff, and I'll talk about next steps on the next slide. Here we go. Obviously, we need to address that. So staff has been working on trying to reduce the deficit And then we got hit with COVID and a number of other things. So we're trying to come up with a thoughtful approach for how to address this. As we all know, there's pension costs and a number of other things. So we plan to come back in September with a number of changes that hopefully address the deficit that was already approved. And then we also hope to come back in December after after we know the results of any potential ballot measures to come up with either additional cuts, or it depends on what happens with the tax measures. So COVID impacts to next year. This is also in the staff report, but there are a number of revenue sources that are affected by the COVID shelter in place. All of the, expert guidance has said that we're probably going to lose about 25% of our sales tax revenue. Hopefully it comes back quickly once we start to reopen, but at this point we don't know what reopening looks like. So I've included in this chart what would happen if we lost 25% of our sales tax revenue. We also have under franchise and other taxes, we've budgeted for hotel occupancy taxes, and those are not being collected because people can't travel. And then also with businesses being closed, a lot of utilities are going to be used. There's going to be less revenue from utilities, so that those taxes will have less. I don't anticipate a lot, but there will be some. And then charges for services, that's recreation. Recreation revenues decreased, but at the same time, recreation expenses have decreased in association with that. So total, it is anticipated that approximately 7.62% of the city's revenue is going to disappear because of COVID. And that's it. So now that I've lifted everyone's spirits.
What are questions from council? Councilmember Barnes.
Can we get ourselves back up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, Heather, it's not so much that you failed to you raised our spirits, that you just didn't depress us as much as we expected. So things are relatively good.
That's exciting.
Well, we'll be in survival mode for a while, but the question is, are we looking long term, because we have all these pension costs coming down the pike for the next till 2035, I think, whenever it is. So I know it's too early to tell, right? But are we kind of on a path to be sustainable?
So there are a number of things that we're working on in order to get there. One was the fund balance policy that we passed, and it addresses, economic downturns like COVID. So we have cash flow, or we have cash on hand so that we don't have cash flow issues. And so that is important. We've already done that. We have a way to, say this is what we need. And the other thing is we're looking at tax revenue, diversifying tax revenue, increasing tax revenue where we can. When I said that we were coming back in December, that's really going to be one of those things. If we don't get additional revenue, there may be deeper cuts that are needed, because we are looking long-term at filling that 25% fund balance back up once, because COVID's going to dip into it. And so we need to build it back up. So we have to address that. And then we also have to address pension costs. So depending on what happens on the ballot and what we can do administratively, there may be deeper cuts in order to make it so that we are sustainable long term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next with questions before we go to public comments? Councilmember Nason, you had a question?
Yes. Could you put up the budget to actuals? I have several questions on those.
The one in the attachment to the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Where is it? Okay.
Okay. I'm curious, under Public Works, it shows expenses of 38.25% year to date. And first I wanted to make sure that that's correct, that it's not a typo. But, and assuming it is correct, I'd just like to hear about it. You know, one of the most substantive change we made to the budget a year ago was adding a position in Public Works, which we had hoped would help us be sure to get our projects out on the ground, get the money, grant money and so forth spent. And so I'm just wondering why that is so low.
So there are some salaries that are still being allocated to special revenues that need to be pulled back into the general fund. I thought that I caught all of those, but I'll have to go back and double check. Well, let's actually go to Public Works. And we will see what is. So yeah, a lot of it is benefits. And then others are, here's one, professional services. So and equipment. So one of the things that we're doing as part of the budget update that we're going to be bringing you is really shoring up some of these budget lines to make sure that we're budgeting appropriately. The position that you mentioned was one that was specifically created to help with the budget. Now, and so it might be that they realize that some of these expenses could go to special revenue funds and are trying to relieve the general fund. But as far as I can see, it looks like it's correct.
Okay, well, it's a bit of a concern because, you know, we had the session where we talked about PCI and investing more to get our PCI up further. And I think that our PCI has actually, we're now tied for second to worst in the county. And that probably means we have the worst residential, since we're tied with Berkeley and Oakland that both have industrial areas. So, yeah.
Paving. Paving is mostly funded with special revenues and would not be shown in this report. There is a maintenance of effort requirement by the state that we spend.
No, I understand that, but isn't this the staff who's the overhead for getting projects done? Isn't this the staff that does that?
Yeah, but a lot of that is contracted out, and the contract would be under the special revenue funds. So you wouldn't see you wouldn't see 95% of paving costs in the general fund.
No, I realize that. My concern is, is the Public Works Department, is there anything that is holding up their ability? Are there constraints on their ability to get projects done that are in any way related to their budget?
Nicole, do you?
I think the answer to that is no.
Yeah.
We were fortunate that the council gave direction to authorize the additional position, which has been incredibly helpful to help the Public Works Department really be a model department in terms of what they're doing and how they're looking long-term at everything they're doing and ensuring that things are applied to the appropriate funding source. Some of those positions, as Heather rightly mentioned, are divided among special funds as well. So looking just at the general fund, you may not see the full salary allocation.
Okay, well, it would be good if we could get an explanation of why that that expense figure is so very far below budget. And then the non-departmental expenses, I'm assuming this is, well, actually, I guess it isn't COVID because it's mostly in the first quarter. What is the non-departmental expense?
So the issue there is that the pension unfunded liability wasn't budgeted for historically. So that's another thing that we're adjusting is we're actually putting the unfunded liability into the budget going forward.
But you're putting it in as its own non-departmental category. You're not allocating it to the department that incurred it.
It's very difficult to, police and fire are easy to put the unfunded liability to because they have their own plans. But once you start getting into the miscellaneous category, I mean, miscellaneous is everyone other than police and fire. So there's no way for me to tell which portion of the unfunded liability payment is associated with which department. And that's why it's put in that citywide non-departmental.
Okay, what about police and fire? Are they under those departments or are they under non-departmental?
The unfunded liability payment is specifically put under non-departmental so that we don't
even if it's police or fire.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Their budget would be greatly inflated if we did that separately. And it wouldn't be, we wouldn't be treating all the departments equally if we did that.
Right. Okay. And then the other position, a year ago, we were going to start a preschool. And we, as I recall, we consolidated two positions for the preschool employee. And then we didn't go forward with the preschool, or we terminated it soon after it began. What is that position filled, and what is that person assigned to? What is that position? I mean, I know right now they're probably assigned to COVID, but how was that staffing change handled?
That position was assigned to childcare programming overall. As such, that individual continues to assist with planning out our childcare programs, including an upcoming summer camp, should we be able to sustain that program effectively in line with the county's public health orders, as well as preparing for the upcoming fall school year. There is one position that was above that, a supervisor position that was vacated, and that position was not filled. So we've actually reduced the number of overall staff for that program, and we do not administer a preschool.
No, I know. Okay, good. Could I ask a question about 2021? This is all I have on the budget to actuals.
Mm-hmm.
Heather, this is Robert. If you'd like, I can respond to some of the questions regarding the Public Works budget.
Rochelle, did you want Robert to talk about that?
You know, maybe it would be best if you could do a little write-up about it, and then, so we can read it and absorb it.
We can do that.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we can do that.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now I'm wondering, I looked at the budget, and it does look like it's a repeat of last year's budget, essentially. And I'm wondering, I see we're budgeting for the same amount for the treasurer position. But doesn't the treasurer position come to an end this year?
It does, and that will show in the change that we bring in September.
Okay, so this is really this is sort of a placeholder budget.
Yeah.
Is this a good time to ask about the police budget?
I guess it depends on what you want to ask.
Well, do you have the chart that I gave you today?
Nicole, do you have that one up? I'll stop sharing. If not, I can probably get it in my email.
Okay.
I have it. I'm having trouble sharing that particular document.
Okay, why don't we go to other questions, and maybe you can get that, and I'll ask my questions about the police budget after other people have had their questions answered.
I think I have it. If you want to do it, but
you have it? Okay, then let's go ahead and do it.
Oh, that's the wrong screen. What's happening?
Great. So I did a very shallow dive. Oh, it goes away.
It's thinking. I tried to make it bigger. My mistake. There we go. Nope, and it stopped. Okay.
Okay, so as I said, I did a very shallow dive into the police budget, and we've been receiving a lot of email about the budget, and I was trying to understand where the figures were coming from, and what I found was actually rather puzzling, and this is it. And Heather, you were going to confirm that this was all correct, right? Does this all?
Yes.
This is all conforms. Okay, so it looks like for 3 years we've been operating. We had a high of 6.7 million in expenses in 2018, and that went down each year. It went down last year, and then we don't have an estimate. I gathered that our police were helping with when the marijuana dispensaries were attacked in Berkeley, right, and ran up overtime. So we don't get that. I don't know if we get that back or we don't get that back. But in any event, we don't really have an estimate, but it looks like after 11 months, we're looking at something like $6 million, right?
Yes.
Yeah, roughly, give or take, whatever happened with the dispensary situation. And then, but we've got a proposed budget of almost 8 million. And I think that however one feels about defunding the police, and I kind of agree with Willie Brown. I think that's a slogan that is very counterproductive, I'd say. But on the other hand, the discrepancy between what we spend and what we have budgeted for the coming year did take me aback, and I'd like to understand what that's about. I understand from the staff memo that there are unfilled positions in public safety that are not frozen. So we're hiring more police right now. What is happening with this?
So the police had 5 unfilled officer positions, which is a huge salary savings. Police have, over the past couple of years, had $1 million in salary savings. We just filled 3 of those, so there are still 2 open officer positions, and there's 1 sergeant position that is open. So, I mean, the number of staff that were authorized in the budget, we just have not been able to fill those positions. And that's where you see that savings in the discrepancy between what we've actually spent and what we budgeted for. It is all salaries.
But over a 3-year period, that's been true. We have had these empty.
It's a nationwide issue, hiring police.
Yeah, I believe that, and I think, well, that I think we should. That's a discussion we need to have. I think that part of that problem is very much tied into the pension problem, which has become destructive to cities and destructive to employees, and it's destructive to our African American community as sort of collateral damage of police remaining on police forces when they shouldn't be. So there's a whole lot of issues there that I think we need to take up as a council, although this is probably, I think they are things we should be discussing with our chief and our unions, and not with, it's not a finance director type of question. Okay, well, that's what I wanted to make sure was discussed. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? I have a couple, and I'll try to do this quickly because I know we have still a long agenda. I just need remedial help in budget reading, and so I know you tried to address this in email, but I'm not smart enough to pick it up. So if we look at attachment 1, which is the year-to-date budget to actuals, so if we look at the remaining column and there's a red item, that's not good, right?
Well, it depends. So it means we've gone over budget. For revenues, that's great. We brought in more money than we thought. For expenses, not so much. So red means we went over budget. So accountants are weird.
Okay. And then so I'm looking at expenses. Okay. Got it. And then revenue, if we look at the revenue, it's the opposite. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I understand that one. So then if we look at attachment 2, which is the biennial budget, what I was trying to figure out here is if we go, for example, to start going down where we start to break out past page 1, I didn't quite understand what the change was, and the columns. So I'm looking at the columns, 2018 actual, 2019 revised, 2020 city manager proposed. Yeah, could you maybe tell me how to interpret these columns, or maybe help me understand?
Sure. So the only thing that changed from what you approved last year to this year is the first page, is I added that total column. So the percent change and the change columns that are in the detailed pages specifically relate to the change from the 2019 budget to the 2020 budget, not the 2021.
So this is just a recap of what we already approved then, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so even the last column is still represent something we've already approved? That's not a new item, the 2021 city manager proposed?
No, that is
Okay.
exactly what was in before. There were like one or two changes because I noticed there were some like total issues where it was summing a total column and all of the, so there were some totals that I adjusted, but the detail is all the same.
Okay. All right, very good. So I think that's it for my questions. And then we do have one public comment. Go ahead and anyone else who wants to have public comment on this item, please raise your hand. City Clerk, go ahead and call the folks in.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Yes, just only a matter of 10 seconds here. A point of interest for the city council. A point of interest would be checking the CARES Act. I don't know if the 2020 CARES Act that just went out has a pension relief fund. I know our city has to pay the fire department millions of dollars in the next 20 years for their retirement, for their pension. But point of interest, please see what you can get from the CARES Act if that gives the city millions of dollars toward a pension relief fund. Just please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person.
Maria, yes, go ahead.
Hello, thanks for your time. In regards to, I'm looking at the salaries from our police officers for the year 2018. That's the information that's available to me. And we have some exorbitant overtime pay happening in this field. The police chief, Geisberger, actually is one of the lowest. He only worked $6,000 of overtime in the year. But we have a police sergeant with $24,000, another one $10,000, $25,000, $6,000, $14,000. So I'm just wondering if our police department here has pre-approved overtime or if they just kind of have free reign on this, because these amounts add up to really exorbitant amounts. And honestly, I do feel, as Councilmember Nason pointed out, we are not spending as much. And yes, we may be at a deficit for hires, but we don't have those hires, and that money could be going somewhere else. We do have amazing social programs that could use our support here in Albany. So I just wonder what kind of oversight there is for police spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And it looks like that does it for public comment, so I can bring it back to council. Could the staff speak to those last comments at all?
I can. So a number, PD has actually like 3 levels of approval when someone wants to, or someone needs to do overtime. They have a lot of restrictions right now on taking vacations, specifically because they're understaffed. Because we haven't been able to fill those positions, it causes some of that overtime. You can't not have police officers taking vacation. So if someone takes vacation, they don't have that, extra person. They have to bring someone back in for overtime. At one point, I will say, when they were explaining to me the process for their approval for someone to take vacation, and then if it caused overtime, I threw my hands up and was like, so much paperwork, because they really do monitor that.
That makes sense. That's what I figured as well. Thank you for that. Okay, any final questions and comments then from council members?
What action options do we have tonight? Is this solely to receive this report? Yeah, go ahead.
Someone to approve the salary schedule, hopefully.
Okay, I think that's the next item, I believe, right? or, oh, no, sorry, that's the master fee schedule. Okay, so one moment. We receive a presentation and adopt resolution 2020-53. Okay, so someone needs to make an motion to approve that updated salary schedule.
I'll move to adopt resolution 2020-53.
Second. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
I'm going to abstain because I think that there are issues that we should be dealing with that we're not, and I'm not comfortable saying okay with this budget, and this change, that this salary schedule is the only change we need to make to this budget.
Vice Mayor McQuay,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the next item is the public hearing for amending the City of Albany master fee schedule. Staff, please.
Yes, that's me again. This is something that we do every year. We update the master fee schedule. There were a handful of changes except for community development. Community development actually had someone come in. We had NBS, a third party, come in and do a fee study. They went over how much time staff spends on, individual things and how much that costs the city. And fees are a mechanism for the city to recover their costs. So there are a number of changes in community development that are based on the recommendation of the consultant. Other than that, it's formatting changes, and then we updated the city attorney's hourly rate based on the city attorney contract.
Okay, thank you for that. And that was very interesting to look at, because I noticed some things were significantly lower and some significantly higher. So looks like that was a good study that was done to realign things with where the actual cost. And we have Councilmember Moss raising his hand with a question.
Thank you. Yeah, particularly in community development, seem to me significant changes compared to what we usually see when this comes before us on a yearly basis. I know these don't go into effect if we pass these tonight until July 1st, but have you gotten this out, or has anybody in community development reached out to any of the contractors or builders or people that will be using their services to explain what's going on? Or is it just going to be, if you walk up to the window on July 1st or 2nd and go for a new permit, you're going to get somewhat of a shock for, quite a few of these?
Jeff, did you want to?
Yes. Hi, this is Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director. We have not done any specific outreach to our contractors or applicants. I would say that compared to most cities, we continue to have relatively low permit fees. So we haven't had issues in the past, and I'd be surprised if overall we have any major complaints about this. And what this really does is kind of bring us into alignment with the amount of hours that we spend to process an application and the fee that we're charging people. So hopefully it aligns us better with our customers and with the requirements of state law.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Barnes.
No, I'll pass. I'm sorry. My question got answered.
Okay. Thank you very much. And any other questions from council? Seeing none, see if we have any public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? I'm not seeing any hands raised yet. Looks like there are none. So we can bring it back to the council. And I would just say, taking off on Councilmember Moss's comment that once we approve tonight, we could certainly put a banner or something on our website announcing that these fees are changing, if nothing else. I was going to say that we could put a sign in the in City Hall, but that wouldn't be very useful right now. Maybe a few weeks from now it will. But that's something that we could at least do. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we do have, sorry?
I was going to say I'll move adoption of resolution 2020-52.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, unfinished business. Consideration of a ballot measure to increase the user utility tax rate, otherwise known as UUT. And also 11.2. I guess we'll probably take 11.1 first. So is there a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. For item 11.1, consideration of a ballot measure to increase the user's utility tax rates. This is a continuation of the council's discussion on potential measures for the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. To date, you've reviewed 3 potential revenue measures for that ballot and gave general direction to move forward with 2 of those, which include an increase in the real property transfer tax, as well as an increase to the advanced life support parcel tax. This staff report focuses specifically on the user's utility tax increase and expansion, as directed by the council at your last meeting, that staff continue to work on this item, and specifically to work with the Albany Climate Action Coalition with regard to the proposal submitted to the council for the UUT to identify opportunities to blend the 2 measures, if at all possible, into combine the interests into a single measure. I really appreciate the time that President Jordan provided to me directly to help me better understand the initiative that they are moving forward with, and I have included here in your staff report as well. I'll walk through these briefly with you. As you'll recall, the voter polling consultant tested an 8% increase across the board for the utilities. So that is to gas, electricity, telecommunications, and also extending the tax to water at 8%. Within your staff report, if you would like to review these, you'll see each of these options includes the overall projected revenue that would be gained through these particular percentage increases. We've also included some pro-con analysis. Again, this is very preliminary. I wouldn't call it robust by any means, but just to help with the discussion and consideration. Again, this 8% across the board is what was tested through voter polling. The con is that it does not include the proposal from ACAC as supported by the city's Climate Action Committee. The second option that you have in your staff report is again for a general tax, but also addresses the new ACAC proposal. The general tax would be an increase from the existing 7% to 9.5% for gas and electricity, an extension of the tax to water at 7%, and not to increase the telecommunication tax, meaning keep it at the existing 6.5%. Again, a table is included here to document the overall revenue gained from this particular percentage structure. it is a pro that for ACAC's proposal, it helps achieve that higher tax on the use of the concerning utilities. The con, as noted in the first item, is that this 9.5% rate wasn't tested by voter polling. And this particular structure generates less than staff's original proposal. There may be some modifications thereof that the council could consider. The third option here is addressing the current proposal with adjustments to water and or telecommunications, meaning increasing that percentage rate for water or telecommunications to get a little bit closer to the 8% across the board overall revenue number. As I walk through the staff report, two other incredibly important components of the proposal from ACAC that will council consideration and direction to staff. Should you wish to move forward with a UUT increase, there's three things that we'll need. One is the percentage structure that you would like to see. What is the percentage increase across the board? How is that applied to water and to telecommunications? The second is the allocation of funds. The ACAC proposal requests that there be included a recommendation within the ordinance for this ballot measure that a third of the new revenue from the gas and electricity would be intended for implementation of the city's climate action plan. Again, this would need to be a recommendation because it is a general tax. The second item is a percentage increase over time for, particularly for gas. This could be in a variety of different ways. For the most straightforward approach, it would be a 1% per year to a specific maximum. ACAC has identified this as a maximum ending in year 2045. Currently, PG&E can't differentiate the tax rate to gas and electricity. So we would need to include some language, and we'll work closely with the attorney staff to do this, to define what when circumstances allow means. Basically, when PG&E has the ability to do this differentiation for us. And then lastly, an important thing that expressed in your staff report here could have been in more detail. It's important that I pause on it for a second. PG&E has indicated that we can exempt those individuals that are subscribed to the CARE program from this tax. So that, again, will help us achieve council's express goal to examine the opportunity for low-income exemptions through any tax measure that is pursued. In the interest of time, I think I will stop my report there. Heather remains on if we have any questions regarding the specific percentages and how those are applied. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Council members? Vice Mayor? You are muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. If we put a tax on the ballot in November, when do we get the money? I mean, it's going to be a change in, sounds so greedy. When do we get it? We already get taxes. When does it switch for the consumer?
We will intend to put an effective date within that ordinance. Of course, it's subject to approval and ratification by the council based on the voter approval. And then it will take engagement to the utility company. So an absolute date I don't have currently. What I hope is if we bring this measure to you in ordinance form, we'll have a bit more detail in terms of that actual trigger date.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm not seeing further questions at this point. Let's go ahead and go to public comment then. We do have a couple of people lined up for that. Go ahead, City Clerk, and call them in.
Nick Peterson, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
good. Again, I want to say ACAC really appreciates the opportunity to work directly with the city managers. Very useful, and I think we've fine-tuned this to a great benefit of the city. First, by eliminating the complexity of having special meetings or forums to decide how the recommendations will be carried out. It's just a straight recommendation. Of course, it's only a recommendation. It's non-binding. I want people to remember that. So if there's an urgency to use these funds for something else, then the council can do that. Second, we changed the revenue neutral proposal, which I think was going to be a lot of extra work for staff, to just a simple 1% per year option by city council. And again, this is something the city can opt in. It makes it a lot simpler in that sense. And it also gives the city council the opportunity again to defer it with the ability to bank that deferral to a later date with an ultimate goal that by 2045, it would have the maximum 1% per year, which I guess is an added 15%. It's only on gas, specifically gas. We don't like gas. Get rid of gas. It's not on anything else. So it's just the gas that would get an increase. And this is very critical in initiating or in mitigating carbon generation and allowing our citizens and businesses to kind of be guided in the correct direction. These are really important and critical changes now. I think we're leading the pack. Tomorrow, Berkeley is going to be considering this also, and I think you'll hear from Preston Jordan and how they will actually be seeing what Albany does. So we can actually lead Berkeley this time around, which is a great opportunity. So I encourage you to support this, put this measure on the ballot, let the voters decide. I think ACAC looks forward to working with the city in promoting this. I think that actually these measures, once Albany voters understand them, they're going to be very supportive of this measure. It's not too far off what was pulled on, and it actually makes a bit more sense. So I think there's a bit more reason. It also has the exemption for the CARES users, which it makes it very ethically appropriate too. So thank you very much for the time you have all spent on this and for considering this. It is of great value to the city and to promoting our climate action and adaptation plan.
Thank you. Next, please.
Maria, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mariah Yates. I live on Solano. I support the city of Albany. I want to see us thrive. I know it's difficult now. There's a real loss in money because of COVID, and I know that's driving this partially. But I do object to additional taxation going towards the police department. Not to be a one-trick pony. I know that I know this is benefiting a number of other city areas, and I support additional taxation going to that. Specifically, I do not support additional taxing from this revenue going to the police department. I know that the city of Albany wants to directly address racism, and I think that in that case, you should put your money where your mouth is, and the data is in on that. Black and brown people are disproportionately affected by police brutality, and there is racial bias. And I think that the town of Albany wants to be seen as creative and progressive, and I think that we are, but that it's going to take more than a mural to make that happen, truly. And so until that racial bias is eliminated, until we can point to data saying that our police department is truly doing better, then I object to additional taxation benefiting the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Philip Obart, go ahead.
This is Phil Obard on Santa Fe Avenue. I am speaking in favor of the ACAC option. And I'm going to echo everything Nick Peterson said. I think the increase in the tax generally addresses the fiscal situation we were talking about 20 minutes ago. This simplified increase in the tax, which this hopefully will give the council, is simple and better. I think it will increase voter support if it has the 1/3 recommendation for the climate projects. And because it's only a recommendation, you can use the money if you need to for something else. That's it. I would support the AC thing, and you'll get support when it comes time to get yard signs up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Harry, go ahead.
Hi, this is Harry Chomsky. I also wanted to echo the comments by Nick Peterson. I appreciate very much the staff taking the time and effort to work with ACAC and come up with what sounds like an excellent compromise proposal that still supports the main goals of ACAC, which is for the gas tax to rise when it's possible to do so, which will use the power of incentives to help the city phase out natural gas, as is our intention. And I also support the recommendation that the measure should recommend directing funds to the Climate Action Plan. I think this shows the voters that the city has good intentions, and I think the voters do support funding the Climate Action Plan and would like a measure that attempts to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Preston, go ahead.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much for your action at the last meeting, asking the city manager to coordinate and communicate with ACAC. It was a pleasure to do so and to get staff's perspective and adjust positions in response. I do note that the ACAC proposal as presented here came in with a little bit, $40,000 less a year projected than the 8% across the board. That can be compensated by taking the water up to 7.5% rather than 7%. We suggest not increasing telecommunications because that will be a selling point in the campaign, that is not going up, that one of the rates is not going up. With regard to the recommendation, understandable if things can get garbled in translation. The recommendation that ACAC supports having in is for 1/3 of the overall revenue, not just the new revenue from the gas and electric increase, go to climate action. And that is in agreement with the longstanding Climate Action Committee position that raises on gas and electric should go to climate action. So 1/3 of the revenue is about the revenue that's generated from gas and electric. Including those recommendations, climate protection was third in importance to Albany voters in the polling that you had done, only to emergency preparedness and response. So including this recommendation is likely to increase the prospects of this passing, not decrease. And as far as the gas tax rate increase, a simpler way to handle this, the staff report says to hardwire in a 1% per year increase, which then brings in the complexity of PG&E. ACAC suggests instead that the council be authorized to raise the rate up to 1% per year, and that would leave the discretion with the council. Obviously, council would choose to increase it by 0% until PG&E is able to do it. So that would simplify the language of the measure and the legal aspects of the measure. And as Mr. Peterson said, if it could be bankable so that increases that are foregone for any reason in earlier years could then be used in later years, that would help to create more of a tax wall that would motivate building owners to make the changes as they need to. So those are the three features that we suggest, and we hope that you will include them. And if so, we will vigorously pursue a campaign for this measure on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any more speakers? It looks like no. Oh, there is one more.
Go ahead, Ian.
Good evening, Council. It's Ian McLeod. I'd like to speak in support of the ACAC proposal. I think using tax policy to encourage climate action is an excellent thing to do, and shifting the burden a little bit away from electrical and increasing it on gas helps provide incentives to reduce gas use in the future and switch over to all electric buildings, which I think is an important goal for the city and a huge part of getting to our climate action goals. So I think it's a really good step forward, and I encourage you to adopt that, and also to use the revenue as proposed 1/3 for climate action. So that's all. So thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. And that does it for comments. Any last hands? Looks like not. Okay, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the City Council. Who would like to start with comments? Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. So, thinking long and hard about this one, it's obvious we're doing two things here. One, we're raising revenues, which the city needs, particularly at this point. That's part of it. And the other part is where, at least what the Climate Action Group would like is to use our tax policy as a way to achieve some of our climate action goals, which I think is also a legitimate thing. I personally tend to favor that kind of mixed levels of rate, making, starting out lower on water, keeping telecommunications, not raising them as high as gas and electric, because I don't see those things as necessarily, lots of thinking going into this. One, we never taxed water, so I don't know that we want to start this off at the highest rate possible. Telecommunications in the time of COVID is turning out to be a way that we can communicate, and its carbon impact seems minimal compared to how we cook and heat our homes, etc. Looking at the cons that the staff put in there for these different measures, the con on many of them was that we hadn't polled this, so we don't really think that we know what how the public might react if we were to go for an increasing rate, or increasing the rate too much on electricity and gas. But as I think I pointed out at the last meeting, or maybe the meeting before that, while we were discussing this, those polls were taken early on in the pandemic, and I don't think the economic crisis had hit yet. So to my own mind, I'm not sure how relevant they are. I think there may well be a bit more of a concern amongst Albany voters this fall as to what they're inclined to vote on. And while we generally say yes to bond measures and school bond measures, the times that it didn't pass were in 2008, the last time we had an economic downturn. So that concerns me, that if we make this too complicated or too ambitious in terms of raising funds, it may not pass. But that said, I think it's probably the third one, which I think made the most sense to me, which was raising water a bit, raising electric and gas the most, and telecommunications at keeping it 7%. Some of this is just my sense of where the voters may be at this fall, and that's just intuition at this point. But I'd be curious to hear what my other council members have to say on this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Vice Mayor?
I still have a question, and I think the more I look at this, the more confused I get. It's part of the problem. Do all of these include the 1% increase on gas over time, or is that something that we need to add on to one of these? I'm looking at the staff report. I'm not quite sure what that's specified somewhere.
My guess is that I wrote down 4 items that we could talk about separately. The percentages, the 1/3 to climate, the gas increase 1% a year, and the care.
Okay.
So correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I think we can take those all separately. Okay, I'm getting a nod from City Manager.
Okay, that was what I thought. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Barnes.
Well, I would prefer to stick with a straight 8% plan because, one, we polled on it. I think going up to 10% on gas and electricity crosses a psychological threshold that it's going to make voters more skeptical. And this new plan it's too complicated. And I think the complications and the idea that there is potential hidden tax raises in the future are also going to be a turnoff for voters. My concern really is that of all the tax measures we proposed, this is the one that has the least chance of passing, even with the straight 8% increases. So, I think we'll improve our chances of it passing if we stick to that. Let me say this. The world has changed since I've been on the council vis-a-vis these issues. But here's a simple analysis, okay? The US has about 1/3 of a billion people. We're getting close to 8 billion people in the world. So that makes the US population about 1/24 of the world's population. And we've done a good job, especially in California, of driving down our per capita energy usage. But the reality is we're not the problem anymore. Even in countries like Germany and Japan, Germany shut down its nukes and still burning a lot of coal. Japan is actively building more coal-fired power plants after Fukushima and their decision not to reopen many of their nukes. But the real problem now is in developing countries like India. What the most useful thing that the developing world could do is to devise inexpensive, zero and low carbon development pathways for countries like India. India has all the coal it can use. It doesn't need any from the rest of the world. And having our little downward trend in the United States is completely swamped by what's going on in developing countries. And it's the best example of this, if you want to read about this, was the Kevin Drum article in Mother Jones, which I pretty much agreed with. And that's the idea, is that we really need to innovate a whole lot of new technology if we're going to save the planet. So down here in little old Albany, puttering with marginal tax rates on gas and electricity is just pissing in the wind. I think it's not a useful approach to the problem. It relies on kind of an antiquated view of how you solve this problem. I think reduces the possibility that we're going to be able to get this tax rate passed, and we certainly do need the revenue. And this is, as far as I know, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, the only attempt to provide funding for specific commissions. I mean, we don't earmark money for SEJC necessarily. And this is, this was never part of the work plan that I saw developed. And it's also pretty murky what the money would be used for. I did like, I think it was Dan Johnson who suggested we'd get the most bang for our buck from replacing gas-powered furnaces with electric heat pump furnaces. retrofitting. The city of Bellingham in Washington has done that and has passed an ordinance to do that. That's not a bad idea, but the reality was about 4 years ago, Peggy and I worked pretty hard with this commission to try to figure out a path forward for them. And one of the things we thought we could do was try to piggyback on the subsidy programs that PG&E has for energy efficiency stuff. And we worked up a model, and nothing ever happened with that. I had to go, several months later, I talked to staff and said, what happened to this plan? And it kind of fizzled out because, frankly, there was not much interest among our citizens. So I think this is a commission that in many ways has been spinning its gears for 4 years. I don't feel like throwing extra money at this commission when we don't do it for other commissions. I think this proposal is overly complicated, as I've said before. And I want to stick with what we polled the voters on, which was straight 8% on all 4 of these items. And that's what I had to say.
Okay, let's see, I'll jump in here. I would go with the percentages that the ACAC is asking for in accordance with the Climate Action Committee. I think they've been doing great work, and I think we ought to use their work to promote climate action. And you'll note that as it was polled, also part of our polling was that the third highest thing that people care about in Albany is climate change and climate action. And in fact, if you look at some of the language in some of the suggested ballot language for some of the other measures, that's actually included in the question, in the ballot question. Do you want to support this measure with funds going to whatever it was, police, emergency, and climate action, or climate change, one or the other. So I think we know that this is a marketing, sorry, put it another way. We know this is something that people care about, and we can use this to market the measure because we know people care about putting money towards climate change. So increasing the percentages to gas and electricity make a lot of sense in order to deal with climate, and I think everyone needs to do their part. We might, our part might be small here, but it's still our part. I'll say that I think that the 1/3 going to, I don't think it's going to the Climate Action Committee. I think it's going to Climate Action Initiative. So I think we need to be careful with how we present that. And I think I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of the gas increase over a year because we really need to incentivize people getting off of gas. And hopefully we can all be agreed on on exempting people in the CARE program for this. I believe it's the first one down is the original one, 8% across the board. I believe what ACAC is advocating for is number 2, and that preserves telecommunications at its current rate, taxes water new at 7, and if we wanted to have the same revenue that number 1 brings in, we could tax water at 7.5 instead of 7. So I'm in favor of that. I'd say let's just go with the number 2. But if we want to consider going with a little more revenue, we could bring up water. So I'll stop there for now. See if I have any other comments. Yeah, okay, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm not ready to decide yet, but I don't like number 2 because it doesn't bring in as much revenue. I think I I sort of like the idea of just the flat 8%. To me, the 9.5 is a little drop to look at. It's like, whoa, where'd that come from? You know, I mean, so I like the 8% across the board. You know, the other, obviously, the CARES has to happen in my mind. The idea of raising the gas a percentage a year, however we want to do that, that's fine. I'd want to talk a little bit more about it, but I think that would be okay. And I think, yeah, it's not to support the Climate Action Committee per se. It's to support the Climate Adaptation Plan, and however that the CAAP. That's what the money's going toward, and I think that's a reasonable goal. So that I'll stop for a minute.
Okay. Anyone else? It seems like we might have a consensus on the, or at least a majority on the third, going to Climate Adaptation Plan, the gas increase in CARE, but the percentages are still up in the air. It sounds like Councilmember Moss and I are in agreement on either 2 or 3. Not seeing any further comments. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Nathan, didn't see your hand. Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Okay. I would be very supportive of a plan like this going forward at a higher level. I do believe that carbon taxes are needed, but I'm not supportive of Albany. I don't see the value of Albany trying to set a precedent here, and could easily see it doing more harm than good. Beyond that, I'm very reluctant. I mean, Albany already has the highest taxes around. They're not as extreme as the Berkeley we discussed last time, that they're not as extreme as the Berkeley finance officer presented to the Berkeley City Council, although they're going to be going forward with taxes on the grounds that Albany has higher taxes already, even without these 4 increases. We've increased, we just voted to do the regular increases, and we're doing the pension increase because we know we have the pension need. And now we're going to have these, you know, a new tax on water, an increase on taxes on electricity and gas, and an increase in telecommunications. And then we're going to do the transfer tax, and then we're going to do the ambulance tax. And we're doing all these tax additions to the highest taxes around without a financial plan, without even, you know, we don't really have a budget. We don't have a long-term financial plan. Our financial reports are not yet in order. We're making progress. We got an audited financial report, but we didn't do a management discussion and analysis. And we need more than, you know, a description of changes in the staffing. We need to do some real financial planning. And this issue that came up with the police funding, I just feel like in a lot of ways we're putting the cart before the horse. We're talking about putting all these taxes on the ballot to be voted on, and then we'll plan how to spend them. And I don't think that's the way to do this. I do want to say, I also have a concern. I'm glad we're exempting low income, we're creating low income exemptions. But some of the most financially stressed people that I meet in Albany are not low income. A lot of the low income people are actually quite comfortable. They're retired and they're choosing how much income to receive from their retirement accounts, and their needs are small, so their income is small, and that's by choice. The people that I see who are the most financially stressed are often young families who have huge mortgages to live here, and then lots of expenses associated with raising children and saving for retirement and everything else that young families have to do. And I'm just really reluctant to put more on them when we don't, we kind of haven't done our own internal planning on how these funds are to be spent. So if if I were going to support something, there's some aspects of the ACAC plan I like very much. And I think I may have created the wrong impression at the last meeting that I was favoring the staff proposal over the ACAC, and I did not mean to do that. My problem is with the fundamental justice of piling on more taxes without a really clear plan for how we spend them.
Thank you for your comments. Understanding your concerns, it sounds like you would be favorable to the ACAC versus the flat, though.
I'm very reluctant to get into how this should be structured when I'm dissenting from the basic idea. I'm not dissenting from the basic idea. I might be very supportive of this a couple of years out when we really know what our financial situation is. And in that situation, I might well be supportive of significant elements of the ACAC. But right now, I'm just a no at this point, okay?
I see. Okay. It seems like we might have talked this all out. I think that the city has a proven need for this revenue, considering what we're going through with COVID and the shortfall of revenues. I think raising the revenue this way is appropriate and will not bring us out of line. These percentages won't bring us out of line with neighboring jurisdictions, however you might feel about the overall tax rate. And I think that increasing the percentages on the gas, especially, is absolutely appropriate in fighting climate change. But I think we're all talked out at this point. I'm looking for someone perhaps to make a motion, or Councilmember Moss, are you looking to make a motion?
Yeah, just some further thoughts, I think.
Okay.
It's interesting. I see truth in what everyone's saying. I agree with Michael. It doesn't happen that often, but I agree with him that this is going to be the hardest one to pass of any of the measures that we're putting on. Although I also agree that this is something we should be doing, and that particularly having higher rates for gas and electricity because of its carbon impact is the right thing to do. I would point out to Michael that yes, on the big picture, what's going on in India and the third world and China and their carbon output may have the big effect. But all ideas start somewhere, and we may be making great significant strides in lowering our carbon footprint, but on a per capita ratio, ours is still huge. So we need to be making strides on that. This is one way we are making that effort, as far as I can see. I hadn't mentioned the CARES program. I wanted to throw it out. Yes, we should absolutely have that aspect of it. All that said, we still need to pass it. I don't know that if it's at 8% versus 9.5% for gas and electricity, it's going to be any easier. I doubt if that's going to make a major difference in the number of votes for or against. If doing something closer to what the climate activists are asking gets them totally on board in promoting this and going out and pushing for it as much as anyone's going to be able to do this come November, I think that's a great plus. So I think that's why I'm inclined to look more favorably on those rates. I'm the one who's the contrarian in the sense that doing something that has that 1% increase or potential 1% increase, my gut tells me that I think that's something that the Albany voter who is not the sort of at the top of the food chain for climate activists are going to be the most worried about, because it seems like somewhere down the line that could get much more expensive than they think they can afford. Hopefully by then people are all electric, but I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know exactly how people will react to that. I could move that we pass either 2 or 3 going forward. I don't think there's that much difference between them. And would also agree under the circumstances to, yes, we could put in this potential that the council would have the ability to make incremental changes if it thought it could on a given year. I don't know who's going to second that.
So you said 2 or 3. I think if you're going to make a motion, we probably have to have one or the other.
Okay.
But
well, I would move the third possibility, which raises a little bit more money. I'm muted. Yeah. Okay. That raises a bit more money, about 140,000 more, and but still keeps that distinction and keeps water and telecommunications lower than gas and electric. Is that what I'm looking at here?
Okay. Let me just add before you go, Vice Mayor. So number 3, you're saying authorizing the City Council for the gas increase is something you'd support, and the 1/3 going to climate initiatives is something you'd support as well.
Yeah, I support it that this could go. We're not gonna say it does go, but that this would be the recommendation.
Okay, so are you making a motion at this time, or are you saying that this is what you would put in a motion?
This is what I would put in a motion.
Okay, so number 3, the third one down, 1/3 to climate, authorizing gas increase, and care.
Yeah.
And that is your motion. And we do have Vice Mayor McQuaid with her hand raised.
I've got a question. Can we just, for clarity, when you talk about number 3, you're talking about the option that spans pages 4 and pages 5 in the staff report?
Correct.
That is my opinion. Yeah.
Mayor, if I may, option 3, there's 2 different tables there. Can we just, if the council is to vote on this, can we just confirm the percentages for each of the utilities, just so staff's totally clear?
Absolutely. I believe it's the third one down, which would be the telecom at 7, electric and gas at 9.5, and water at 7.5.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the motion, and the vice mayor has her hand raised. Go ahead.
Right, thank you. I'd like to ask the city attorney a question, if I could.
Please.
I believe I'm hearing a suggestion that something on the ballot would say the council would have the authority to raise it. Is that legally permissible to grant us that kind of authority?
It would be, but I would definitely want clarity on what the increase would be. I know the staff report references a not to exceed, I think, 1% increase per year with a specific maximum ending in year 2045. So we would need that specificity of detail to put into the ordinance if you want to have this gas increase.
So the staff report does not specify the maximum percentage, though. Is that correct? I don't see it.
That's right. We had intended to move that forward through the ordinance accompanying the next staff report on ballot measures altogether once we had additional details from the council.
Oh, okay. So we could set that percentage later. This is just to move this along. All right. But it is the
1% per year till 2045. That's adding 20%. So you're saying this gas, the percentage on the gas UUT could go up to 29.5%.
If we did not have a maximum, and if we authorized it every year, I guess.
That's not going to go over very well with the voters.
Oh,
I think if you're suggesting anything like that, you need to clearly spell that out.
Clearly, what would be clearly spelling it out? I'm not sure I get you.
Well, you're saying you're giving the council, presumably, first of all, there's still plenty of gas on the grid. We still have the combined cycle plants and the fast rampers. So using electricity is using gas. So it's a bit of a false distinction. Now, if we get enough grid storage, that'll go down over time, I know. But so so gas is at 9% now, and you're authorizing the council to go up 1% per year until 2045. That's a total showstopper for me. What's the plan? What's the rationale for giving council the authority to do this, and why? I just don't get it. It seems like it's much too vague for a proposal like this. If we're going to have a hard time selling 8%, we're going to have a really hard time selling 29.5% over 20 years.
Yeah. Well, the idea is to disincentivize gas, the use of gas. I think that's the overall idea.
We all understand what, carbon taxes are about, although realistically we need something like a federal carbon tax, which we aren't going to get out of the Trump administration, I know, but having little cities like Albany trying to sort of, create their own carbon taxes is going to get messy over time.
Okay, so I'll note that Berkeley is poised to do something very similar as well, so we wouldn't be alone. I also want to note that Councilmember Moss said something very important, which is that I imagine we're not going to have committees to support all of these tax measures, or maybe we're lucky if we do. But there's a group poised to campaign for this measure. If we do it what they're asking, that's significant, and that can overcome a lot of the polling issues, I think, or the worry about how this is going to poll, or worry about how this is going to go over in the voters. I also think that it's very significant that if the revenues are said to go to climate initiatives, I think the voters will respond. So in terms of selling, I think if we go with the ACAC proposal, there's a better chance of actually selling this if that's what you're worried about.
I'm worried about being honest with the voters. That's what I'm worried about. You know, if you're going to build this stuff into this tax proposal, you should really spell it out for them. And I'm not seeing that. And I think that maybe Mala would like to interject, but I think we have some obligations here under the law as well.
It is in the staff report on page, beginning at the top of page 6, that the options to address an increase in the tax include increasing it 1% a year to a specific maximum, which is and ending in the year 2045.
Well, that's
okay.
I don't know what to say.
I don't.
That's vague.
Okay. Well, so we have a motion. The motion was for number 3, as we read it, for the third to be promised to go to climate initiatives. Again, it's not a mandate, but a promise. The increase that we just talked about in the CARE program, that's the motion. And do we have a second? I will second. So is there any further discussion on that motion? Oh, yeah, sorry, Vice Mayor McQuaid.
I think there's a huge difference between promise and recommend. And if the motion is to promise, I don't think we can do that. I think we can recommend, and I would be happy to support that, but not promise.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to make the distinction between mandate and not mandate, so I chose the wrong word.
Right, that's fine. So help me understand again. It's number 3, the first one, which is comes out with a total of 980,000, and it's a third recommended to the climate, the CAP, the CARES Act as part of it as a low-income deduction. What is there anything in there in the motion as it stands authorizing the increase for gas over time?
I had included it, although depending on how the vote goes, we'll see. But yeah, I agree. This is probably the most difficult part of this in terms of getting this thing passed. But I get the thinking behind it and what it's intending to do. And it may be a selling point, at least for people that are most concerned about climate action. And if that enthusiasm is able to push this through, great. But, and I don't think anybody's going to not know about that. Believe me, anybody that's opposed to this is going to be bringing this up right away. This is not something that we're going to sneak by the voters of Albany. There may be some language, there may be some way to tone this down a little bit, which will make the climate activists less happy, and perhaps we should be looking at that. But let's start this as part of the discussion, or at least part of this motion.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, Vice Mayor, but if I could just add, if it is an authorization, then it will have to come back to the council for a vote to authorize an increase. So there's always the possibility that we do not increase it.
No, I understand that. I tend to agree with Councilmember Barnes that if we're looking at it over the 25 year period, that's a huge tax increase. And I think that could really be damaging. Now, if we were to put a cap on it up to a certain percentage or something else, if that's the motion as is, I'm going to vote no, because I just don't think we should be looking at a 20 or almost a 30% increase over time. I don't support that tonight.
Well, then I would take a friendly motion, perhaps, that says a friendly amendment that says capped at 15%. A smaller amount in order to get this through. Yeah, if you spell this out as 29%, and that's the way this will be fought, people will say, yeah, you're going to get a 29% increase in this. It's not going to pass. I agree. But I would be fine with a cap, and a more reasonable cap might be closer to 15% maximum over 20 years.
I hate to put this off again, but do we have to decide that piece tonight? Can we, the percentage? I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I could make a friendly amendment. I don't know what I want.
What I heard the city attorney says is that she intended to bring that back to us actually for, to set that percentage in the next meeting. Did I get that correct, Mala?
We can do that. I think if you know you want a specific cap and you want us to maybe even just put a placeholder or for further discussion at your July 6th meeting, we can do that.
It would be helpful if we have some general guidance on this. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in the same place in July.
Yeah, well, one thing I would say, when we polled on this, it was before. When did the polling actually take place? I'm presuming it was before mid-March. Is that correct?
It was mid-March.
So, well, the whole COVID epidemic and the shelter in place started about March 17th or 19th, as I recall. But I think people's time horizons, given we don't know what the employment rate is or what the economy is going to be like from month to month for the next few years, I think we ought to err on the side of keeping things certain, keeping things fixed like the 8% numbers, and not, trying to project how this tax may or may not grow over the next 10 years, because people are pretty uncertain about what their lives are going to be like in 3 months. So, I'm just, concerned.
Sure,
so
absolutely.
That's why I thought it's better to err on the side of being conservative financially and go for something that's lower. And then if the economy recovers, boom, and it's magically better, and carbon, the amount of carbon in the atmosphere goes up dramatically in the next 5 or 10 years, then there's going to be an argument then to, and depending on where the federal government is on imposing their own carbon taxes, then you can revisit this item. But I think doing something which to me is fairly speculative in the middle of a pandemic is not great policy. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's a sticking point, Vice Mayor, about the percentage. Would you be favorable towards something like a 15% or more favorable towards bringing it back at the next meeting to set the percentage?
I think, to dodge the question, I think Councilmember Nason had her hand up.
I was just going to ask if we need a motion to keep talking before we have any kind of vote.
Really that late?
We have 15 minutes. I don't know.
No, actually, we're an hour over.
Oh, is it 10:30?
It's 11:15 almost.
All right. Well, I move we continue talking until 11:40. How about that?
Okay.
11:40. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Second. Do we all agree? Okay. Let's by acclamation that passes. So back to the question. Thank you. Back to the question, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Nason.
Okay, I'm going to dodge one more time. I see that there is an attendee who'd like to make a comment, and I'd be interested in what he has to say. If you could ask Mr. Peterson to come in.
I can allow him to talk, or there we go.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. So quite a vigorous debate going on there, and thank you for taking it this far. I sympathize with being stuck on. One thing I want to comment back on what the showstopper that Council Barnes brought up, this great rise on the tax on gas. as you know, tax will be non-existent in Albany per the CAP plan by 2045. It won't even be allowed. That's the goal we're going for. Zero gas use by 2045. That's what the city council has agreed to when we passed the CAP. And that's our goal in our small pissing in the wind approach to helping the climate disaster that is going on right now and has been going on for the past 20 years or 100 years, of which the first world countries are most responsible for most of the carbon that's in the atmosphere now, to just push it off on third world nations and saying they're the ones that have to do it. And that we're going to wait 5 years, did I hear you right? 5 years down the line before we do anything, when carbon is over the tipping point where whole other things are going. I'm sorry, you have to read what we tell you. This is 1% per year, totally by city council approval, to 2045, when supposedly no one will be using. It's only on the gas. It's only on the gas, people. I feel like I've written you lots of letters. I feel like none of you have read these. We have very clearly explained this. This is to do a carrot and stick thing to get people away from gas. I know Little Albany, even if we 100% succeed, we're not going to stop climate change, but that's why all cities that care have put forward a climate action plan and are trying like crazy to move towards it, not kick it down the can anymore. I'm sorry to get very emotional about this, but it's hugely frustrating to hear you pontificate when a whole bunch of us just called up and supported this. We've written for it. And then you bring up things about, well, I don't like taxes at all, or gee, this Mother Jones article that came out says that it should all be a third world problem and not ours. This is our problem. You've asked us as members of the Climate Action Committee to advise you. We advise you, and you don't get it. This is a crisis. We've given you full flexibility. You can adjust the rate to zero forever. Nothing will go up. We will lobby for this with our citizens. We will try like crazy to get this through, but we have to do something. If you don't pass this, you're doing nothing. And I'm very discouraged. And I just want you to know that. Sorry to be so angry about it. That's my comments.
Thank you for your comment. I wonder if that's what Vice Mayor McQuaid thought she was going to hear. But in any case, back to us. Vice Mayor, very interested in what you are thinking.
Well, I'd like to know how we could, what the appropriate cap level is, and that was kind of what I was hoping to hear, but that's okay. So I'm wondering if we can vote on this and bring the cap level back at the July meeting to kind of get a better sense of what it should look like. Would that be reasonable?
Councilmember Moss, are you amenable to amending your motion to include bring the actual percentage cap back at the next meeting?
Sure, absolutely. And let me make one quick comment. I disagree with Councilmember Barnes on a lot of this, but I would say that I think everybody up here, sees the necessity of dealing with carbon. Everybody on the council, and there's, as I said at the beginning, there's two parts of this. There's one thing that's dealing with carbon and how we're going to minimize this. And the other thing is making sure that something passes or giving it the best possible chance, because if nothing passes, then we're back to wherever our utility taxes were at the beginning. And we all have a different sense of where we're at in Albany. Climate change is very important to me. That's something I would vote on, but I'm not 100% sure that all voters in Albany feel the same. And as Rochelle pointed out, there are a lot of people feeling some pain right now. and we have to take that into consideration. So, you know, I think we'll do the right thing. I'm happy to bring this back in terms of figuring out a cap that three of us can live with anyway. So sure, let's amend it.
Okay. Okay, good. So let me recap where we are then. The amended motion is for the third option, recommend a third go to climate, to the CAP, authority for the gas increase with the cap to be brought back at the next meeting, and with care, customers exempted. And if that's accurate, Councilmember Moss, I continue my second as well.
Okay.
Okay. So it sounds like that's accurate. We've got a motion.
Yes,
Any further discussion?
I understand what you just said. Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you. And any further discussion? Looks like we're ready for a roll call.
Councilmember Barnes,
No.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you for the discussion. Appreciate it. All right, one down and one more to go. 11-2, RCV. Is there a staff report, please?
Evening, Council. The item before you is the continuation of the discussion of the ballot measure to transition to ranked choice voting at large as the election method. At the last council meeting on June 1st, council formed subcommittee with Councilmember Barnes and Nason to continue to reach out to the Asian Law Caucus regarding the proposed change in voting method. Council also supported to have the measure to transition to ranked choice voting at large to be placed on the November ballot. And for the subcommittee of Mayor Pilch and Vice Mayor McQuaid to meet with the representatives of Voter Choice Albany and with the city attorney to review the ordinance language. Tonight, the council will receive update from the subcommittees and to accept the subcommittees, to consider the subcommittees of Mayor Pilch and Vice Mayor McQuaid's recommendation to adopt the resolution and submit the ordinance to transition to ranked choice at large to the voters of Albany for the general election this November. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to the subcommittees.
Okay, thank you. So if what I see from the staff report is that we should receive a subcommittee update from Councilmembers Barnes and Nason first.
So we met with the Asian Law Caucus, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and it was and with voter representatives of Voters Choice Albany, which included Julia Chang Frank and a person who is new to me, and I don't have his name in front of me. I think it was Pedro Hernandez. Is that correct, Michael? Yeah, I think that's right. Who is an employee of a statewide organization that advances ranked choice voting statewide called Fair Vote, as well as being a member of Voters Choice Albany. And it was a good meeting. Our city attorney was with us, Mala Subramanian. it was a good meeting, and the representative of the Asian Law Caucus said that she could not comment on Albany's specific situation, but said that they think that there are situations where at-large voting, retaining at-large voting can be okay if one uses ranked choice voting at large. So from their perspective, an at-large system that uses ranked choice voting can, in some circumstances, be a satisfactory remedy as opposed to districts with or without ranked choice voting. Michael, is that, and Mala, is that an accurate summary? Oh, Michael, I think you're mute. You're talking, but you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have two systems running here, so I'm not sure if you're hearing me through my phone or through. How about this? Can you hear me now? All right, so I'll speak. She could not, she didn't know the particulars of Albany, so she couldn't recommend one course of action over the other. She did say that in Sunnyvale, they went to districts, and she thought the process itself of choosing districts was helpful in that it gave people, a sense of what the options were and got them enthusiastic about participating. But she was fairly non-committal about which way to go, because that's, I think, how she had to be. But she was positive that either one could work. Is that fair, Rochelle?
Yes, I think so.
Sorry, okay, and thank you for that report. Next, we should receive an update from the subcommittee of myself and Vice Mayor McQuaid. Vice Mayor, would you like me to report, or would you like to report? Okay, you'd like me to report. Well, hopefully I can do justice. We did have a meeting with representatives of VCA, Voter Choice Albany, and the city attorney. And we went through the language, and we did make minor edits to the language, which were agreed upon by both parties, the language of the measure. But we struggled a little bit at first about how to represent what we were doing, and we decided to add a preamble section or a series of clauses, whereas clauses to the beginning, to represent the fact that how this measure came to be on the ballot, that Voter Choice Albany gathered the signatures, were prevented from gathering all the signatures, but we wish to put it on the ballot anyway, knowing that they would have gotten the signatures. And that's, in my mind, that's pretty much the sum of what we did. We referred the ballot question also back to the city attorney, who worked with the VCA attorney to work that out as well. And I can't remember anything else, but if I've forgotten something, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think one thing we did that was important, and I'm looking at from the ordinance on page 13, and it was actually section 7-1.2. I think that was a question that council brought up at the last meeting. We changed it to 4/5 of the council to basically make any changes. Originally it was the 5 members unanimously, but we did change it to 4 of the 5. The only other change that we made was, and I don't know exactly where it was, but it was adding the words in coordination with the registrar of voters to the tasks assigned to the city clerk, just for clarification.
Have I been muted all this time?
I couldn't hear anything.
Very sorry. So number 3 under the staff report was to recommend that the council, as recommended by the subcommittee, that the council adopt resolution 2020-57. And et cetera, you can read in the staff report, and that's attachment 1. That resolution is attachment 1. That's all I was saying. So at this point, questions?
No.
And if none right now, then we'll go to public comment. We do have at least one public comment. So City Clerk, please. We have some more.
Aaron, go ahead.
Hi there, this is Aaron Tiedemann again. I don't want to take up much of your time. I know it's late, but first of all, thank you very much for all of your work on this topic and for all the work of the various subcommittees. I just wanted to note that Voter Choice Albany would like to encourage you all, in addition to passing this, to designate Voter Choice Albany to write the pro argument for the ballot measure. We have put a lot of time and effort into this measure, into the language, into how it should be structured, and into selling it to the voters. And so we think that because the council is acting to carry out the will of the voters, as would have happened if we had put it on the ballot, we think that it would be right for the council to designate our group to write that ballot argument. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Andrew, go ahead.
Good evening, Albany City Council members. My name is Andrew Tang. I'm a proponent of the ranked choice voting measure and co-founder of Voter Choice Albany. And on behalf of Voter Choice Albany, I would like to thank the council for unanimously voting 2 weeks ago to put ranked choice voting on the November ballot. I would also like to thank the subcommittee of Mayor Pilch and Vice Mayor McQuay for having a productive meeting with Voter Choice Albany on June 4th to develop a measure that's acceptable to both parties. I urge you to follow the recommendation of the subcommittee and place the measure on the November ballot as it is written in agreement with the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Julia, go ahead.
Hi, this is Julia Chang Frank with Voter Choice Albany. I just wanted to thank Council members Nason and Barnes and the City Attorney for taking the time to meet with the Asian Law Caucus and VCA and Pedro Hernandez of VCA to just discuss this. And just thanks a lot for your due diligence and all of your time on this.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more hands raised under the public, so we will bring it now back to council. And so I have a question then for the city attorney. Would it be preferable to vote on the resolution and the who gets to be the argument writer separately?
I think so, and I will defer to the city clerk if we were planning on bringing the argument discussion back at the July meeting for all of the measures. I'm seeing her nod, so I think maybe that was the intent. So if you'd like to just vote on the resolution, we'll bring that discussion for all of the measures at your next meeting.
Okay. Okay, very good. All right, so it's just the resolution that's in front of us then. So further council discussion? I saw a head nod back and forth. Councilmember Moss, no? Okay. No further discussion, going once, going, oh, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I was just going to move the resolution.
Okay, please do. So moved.
The resolution 2020-57, am I reading this right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Congratulations, Council, for getting through at 11:36. Still under time. And there's no new business. Item 12, item 13, future agenda items. I will note that the waiving of fees, of encroachment fees, encroachment permit fees for businesses will be coming back. I think that's very important. I think it's really important that we do what we can. Well, okay, I'm not supposed to speak to the item, but that will be coming back. And I appreciate that. And any other future agenda items from other council members?
Nope.
And so, and then future city meetings and events, Planning and Zoning Commission, Transportation and City Council meeting next is July 6th. And seeing there's no further business in front of the council, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.